Yes, good evening viewers. Kesho ni ile siku. It will be historic because whatever ruling that will be delivered is going to affect this country in the next few years to come. If the BBI goes through, it means it's going to change the way we look at 2022. If it's going to fail, still it will affect the 2022 politics alignment. So whichever way it goes, it's going to affect our political engagements. So every Kenya is equally waiting to see what will happen tomorrow. Raila Odinga said that if it goes south, he and his team will not appeal to the Supreme Court. They will allow it to rest. We are not sure the other side what they will do in case the ruling favors the BBI team. We don't know whether they will take it to the Supreme Court, and if they take it to the Supreme Court, will it again affect the BBI team in terms of preparation to proceed? So it appears we are racing against time, and time is not on the side of BBI. And so whichever way it's ruled, unless there are adjustments on election dates, it will adversely be affected by the constraint of time. We expect there are a number of issues that the judges are going to give their verdict on. This includes the basic structure of the Constitution, issues to do with whether the president overstepped his mandate, issues to do with whether the IBC quorum were lacking quorum to make to continue with the issues of BBI. Yeah. So we are waiting equally for the 7-member church bench to guide the nation to the next phase. Actually, it's going to usher new dispensation in our politics, alignment and realignment. Some coalitions are incomplete. They are waiting for tomorrow's ruling so that they can move whichever direction. And that explains why most of the parties are in quagmire. They are not sure which side to side with. So I know everybody tomorrow, their eyes will be glued on the TV live stream to follow keenly on what the judges are going to deliver. But beyond the politics of the day, I also think we need to have a ruling that demonstrates the jurisprudence of our judges, that Kenya has grown of age and the judiciary of Kenya is mature enough to make ruling that stands the test of time. We should not just look at everything from a political angle. We are a maturing democracy, yes, but we will not leave everything to politics. We also want to see that the ruling that the judges give actually elevates our nation. It is something that needs to be quoted somewhere else across the continent of the world in terms of jurisprudence. So we want our judges to have the courage beyond political persuasion and political intimidation, and give a ruling that befits our nation. So welcome to the studio. Make your contribution in terms of what do you think? What is which direction is the nation going as far as the ruling is concerned? Is it going to make our politics more volatile, or is it going to stabilize our nation if we have a fair ruling? Yeah, I see people struggling to come to studio. I don't know whether it's network or something. But Mala, welcome. How are you, Mala? Mala, how are you?
Fine, thank you, Sir Keza.
Yeah, it's good to talk to you. If I don't talk to you,
yes,
I may assume to be talking to people, and there is no voice. I'm talking to myself. So when I talk to
it's
you
true.
and you
That's a very good
respond,
approach.
I will know that we have a clear network, and
Yes.
our sounds are clear. Yes, salamia sisi bwana, na utuambie unahisi aje hii mambo inaenda aje?
I did not hear you well. What is the topic today?
Yeah, the topic is we have a BBI ruling tomorrow.
Yes.
And whichever way it goes, it's going to affect the politics of this country.
Yes.
I know even there are many political decisions that have been suspended,
Yes.
waiting for tomorrow's verdict, so that people may know we are going to an election with 5 executive posts, or we are maintaining the 2. Are we going to have a referendum or a bill in parliament to ratify our constitution? Or are we just going to discard everything in terms of reforms and just focus on the election? We also need to hear the issues that were raised concerning the IEBC, whether they are going to affect the preparation for the election that is going to come in the next 11 months. Yeah, so you can have your opening remarks.
Thank you, Keza. About the PPI, I want to put it very clear that PPI, from the beginning, was a scam, and it was a waste of funds and not the solution for inclusivity, as the president has been preaching. So tomorrow ruling, my expectation is the judges are likely to throw it away, because if you heard Uhuru, the way he's been talking, this PPI, and remember yesterday I mentioned, it was a scheme to block his deputy from succeeding him. And as you can see, it's been working very closely with the Right Honorable Raila Odinga, whom I believe he wants to get the leadership through hook or crook. Raila Odinga was my favorite candidate in 2007. And that time he was very focused. But this time, I think the guys lost it. And that's why they are still cooking in State House, Mombasa, looking at the options. If the BBI does not favor them, I think they're planning to come up with plan B, which you don't know. And yesterday you mentioned, I think you gave us a leakage, that there is likely to be a reshuffle soon of the cabinet. So in my submission, the judges are going to uphold the High Court ruling, and that's the expectation of most Kenyans. The 14 billion used, we are told about 14 billion used, and we are told by the one Kipicho, who is the Interior Secretary, that we were going to take it like quinine. So we expect after tomorrow's ruling that Uhuru will be able to refund the 14 billion. That is my submission, Stawekesa.
Okay, thank you so much. Welcome, Ruben. Welcome, Shadi. Nimeona hapa nani anasema, Dennis Itumbi anasema kesho bash ya BBI iko wapi? Ni swali anauliza. Naona MP wa Cherengani Joshua Kutunyi anasema tomorrow we expect a historic ruling. So every Kenyan has their expectations. I don't know who has a leakage, who has expectations. I don't know. Shadi, what do you say?
Good evening, Mala, Wekesa, and Ruben. Okay, the mission is this, that I think this BBI thing is, yes, I think this is within the hands of the judges in the Court of Appeal, so it's beyond us. But we are just brainstorming or trying to predict on what is going to come. On my point of view, if the faith is going to favor the proposals, let it come in a very good way. Let it be sober to those who are going to oppose it. And if it's going to be favoring the opposers, I think also it's now time as Kenyans, you also sit and plan. What else are you going to have to make us be united again? If BPI was the only unifying factor or unifying tool, we can still have alternatives of the things that are going to unite us apart from the PPI thing. So I think if BBI is going to pass tomorrow, if it's not going to pass, nothing is going to change in the common Mwananchi like me and you. Let's keep on praying for our country. Let's keep on praying for our leaders. Let's not have the BBI the BBI report tomorrow going to change the story of bringing us in the country. So I'm hopefully feeling that the BBI is not going to pass, and the reggae is stopping gradually. And my prayers is that if reggae stops, as Kenyans, we need to go back to our knees and thank God. We must give God a gratitude that He deserves, because this reggae thing was almost bringing issues in our country, because most of our people are now vulnerable. They are looking for ways to survive. BBI was going to even lower many things in our country, like it's going to affect our economy too much. So I think we didn't have enough money to run this BBI thing, like for a referendum and everything. So I think God is going to be on our side. He's going to favor the opposers of the BBI like me and you. Thank you so much and good night. Tomorrow I'm going to travel very early in the morning, so I'm going to disappear right away. Thank you so much.
Okay, Shadi, don't forget also the BBI team is praying to the same God. Our favor. Okay, whichever way, we will thank God for our nation. whichever way it goes. Thank you for your contribution. Kuna mtu anaitwa Ruben. You had something, Shadi? I think we are done with you. Ruben? Is Ruben around? Ama aliingia na kalala?
Yes.
If Ruben is not ready, you are ready?
Sir. Yes.
Yes, tusalamie na utuambie rege inasimama ama inaendelea. Najua umeomba mwezi mzima.
Good evening, guys, or good morning. Tomorrow will be a very good and a very historical day in our country, and it will form basis of reference to other countries, and it is my expectation that the Court of Appeal will quash and throw away that thing called BBI, which have affected our country negatively. And I think tomorrow will be a game changer day. Things will change. The alignment and everything they were planning, the issue of the lineup, I think they will go back to the drawing point and start afresh. All that thing was business, and it was a political castigated. It was created politically. So I'm very sure it will not see the light of the day. And we pray, we have prayed, and tomorrow I welcome you all for the celebration of that judgment. Thank you. And if in any way there is some influence in that judgment, in our side, we have another last chance at Supreme Court. Thank you.
Okay. Ruben anasema hiyo kitu inaenda kusimamishwa rege, alafu in case haiwezi simamishwa ataendelea Supreme Court. What do you think, Mr. anaitwa Wamalwa? Wamalwa is here 2 times. I don't know whether there are 2 people or they are the same. Wamalwa and then Wanakawa. Are you hearing me? Can you unmute before you talk? Okay, let's start with Kevin first. Kevin, naona wewe uko attentive, you can go first before wengine watafute network wapatikane.
Okay. Habari zenu kwanza.
Mzuri Kevo, karibu bwana.
Nisakaribia. Sasa mimi
wewe unaona aje hii mambo? Rege isimamishwe ama iendelee?
Hello? Can everyone hear me?
Kevin, okay, tunakusikia kabisa. Proceed.
Okay. Sawa.
Proceed.
Wali collect their signatures. So almost every Kenyans
Wow. Onyango, you have a very poor network. I don't know if it's only me who is not hearing you. Are you hearing? Sarah? Unasikia Onyango?
No, I'm not hearing him.
Yeah, kindly, Onyango, connect you well before you come back. We are not hearing anything. Okay. Good evening, Sarah. Or good night.
It is good evening, Mr. Wekesa.
Karibu sana.
Asante sana.
Kesho tunasimamisha rege ama inaendelea?
You know, it is in the hands of the court. So, whichever the way it will
Anyway,
come.
let's think beyond. Supposing it wins, what will happen? What will happen to our political environment or our future? Supposing it's the ruling favors the opposite side, what will be the expected political environment and planning for future elections?
You know what, Wekesa? I think
yes.
I think it is in the hands of the courts. And for me, we are all the people, the citizens of this nation. So with me, I think it will favor one of the groups, be it Tanga or be it in the reggae team. So what will happen? What will happen tomorrow? We need to accept it and we move on, because sisi wote ni Wakenya na lazima tujue vile kunaenda na maisha lazima itembee, because hata ikipita, I think wenye kuumia ni sisi, because all those taxes, hiyo tax yote itakuwa ni kutoka kwa mwananchi, na vile tunaumia saa hii. So hizo zingine zikifika, with me, I'm praying God the whole night, hiyo BBI isipite with me. I'm just telling God, wacha hiyo kitu isipite. Hata leo washike, I hope today hata wengi nini have been confused, so that hii maneno sisi ndio tunaumia kwa raia huko chini. Hii vyeo yenye watu wanajitafutia, si wacha tubaki tu na hiyo ya president na deputy na other things. These other ones I don't think kama inatusaidia, because hizi ndio tunaumia. The taxes is on our neck right now, na hatujui hata maisha inaenda namna gani. So that is for me right now.
Okay. We have someone called Wamalo. I don't know what's happening. Are you able to unmute your mic, Wamalo?
Hello?
Yes, talk to us. Ongeza some volume.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening. You are in total darkness. Are you coming to stop reggae?
But are you getting me?
Yes, you are clear. Proceed.
My submission is reggae stopped. And it's in ICU. And from the look of things, it is indicating red. Blue shows life. Red shows there's some danger. So reggae has no future, has no life. From the word go, the intention of that thing was to benefit a few individuals. But God is with us as Kenyans. Na tunashukuru Mungu kwa sababu ile hila na njama waliokuwa nayo imesimamishwa na koti, na hata wakati wamekuja katika court of appeal, most of them, they don't respect judges. They don't respect court in this country. And even wao hamwamini Mungu. So mambo yao imeingia mrama. Wanaume 6-7 wameshindwa kujipanga. Naona wanakimbia mahali ili wapangwe. So hii mambo yao tayari imemalizika. So kesho wajipange, kwa sababu mahakama haitatishwa. Tunashukuru kwa sababu machaji siku hizi intimidation zote wamezoea, na wimbo ni ule na hakuna kitakachofanyika kutokana na uamuzi uliofanyika na mahakama ya kwanza. Mahakama ya pili itashikilia. Nataka kuamini ya kwamba hatutakuwa na muda wa kwenda katika Supreme, kwa sababu the agenda ilikuwa ni ya kutafutia watu viti. So nataka kuambia kwamba hata wangerudi leo na warudi kesho kotini, uamuzi utakuwa ni ule ule. Rege haina mahali inaenda na ilisimamishwa. Baba miaka yake imeisha na ajipange. Hizo mikutano mingi zenye wanaenda watu hustlers, wanatafuta wananchi, au wanakaa katika mahoteli, wanaenda Mombasa kuharibu pesa, wanaenda Naivasha. Hustlers wako wanatafuta watu. So muda wa mahakama umeisha, ni wakati wa kujipanga kwenda kutafuta kura, na mwenye ana sera zilizo nzuri atapewa kura. Lakini hawa wanalalamika, sijui mimi nitapatia na kiti gani, sijui Musalia atapata nini, sijui nani atapata nini. Hiyo vitu yote they are wasting time. Sasa hawa wajipange. Kama hawatapanga jipanga, tutawapanga. Sisi hustlers tumejipanga na tuko tayari. Gari limetoka. Rege
na isipowa favor, what do you think? Isipowa favor? Because we are thinking both sides of the coin. Isipo enter the hustler nation way, what is your take on that?
Tunajua ya kwamba tumekuwa na pressure mingi, na siamini ya kwamba itaenda vile wao wanafikiria. Sisi tuko na Mungu, na tunapoomba ya kwamba Mungu tusaidie, jinsi tumekuwa tunaenda kanisani, wengine hawaamini kanisani, sisi tunaamini ya kwamba Mungu ameshaajibu. So we are not doubting our God. That's what I can say, my brother Wekesa.
Okay. I'm not sure if all big people of BBI don't go to church and all hustlers go to church. I'm not sure that, but anyway, it's your it's your.
That's a good one.
But are we looking for a moment of Solomonic wisdom? You remember there's a time when Marende made a ruling, and it never went on this side or this side, but it baffled the nation. Is there anybody expecting a Solomonic wisdom that does not go with either political side, but it goes with the nation? Talk to us. Let's hear. The next person, I think, Kevin, have you sorted your mic before I go to Farah? Kevin seems to have a problem with mic. Farah, tusalamie na utuambie wewe unaona reke inanyamaza ama inaendelea.
Kwanza nawasalimia wote, habari ya jioni.
Tuko poa bwana.
Sawa sawa, mimi iko pande ya Loitoktok huko Kajiado South. Hii rege naona iko ICU, na naomba Mungu ikitoka ICU iende kwa kaburi kabisa, kwa sababu hii kitu itaongezea tu sisi ushuru mingi sana.
Hiyo ni witchcraft prayer. Okay, sawa. Endelea. Just
naona sisi
baba alisema ni nyoka. The snake.
Endelea.
So unaona sisi inaishi huko mpakani, na mafuta ya pikipiki huko ni kama 210, na huko sisi tunauza almost 130. Na sasa hii BBI ikipita tena, mimi naona itaenda mpaka 150 bwana. Sisi mahasla tutaumia sana bwana.
Inanyonga uchumi.
Sasa nashangaa watu wanapigania hii kitu eti iende through, alafu kuongezwe watu wengine hapo vyeo na viti, sijui itakuwa namna gani. Kama wako wamekaribu wanatushinda na tukaongezea wengine, si tutahama hii nchi bwana.
Okay.
So maoni yangu, ikitoka ICU ipotelea kabisa na tuisahau na tuende mbele na maisha yetu. Thank you.
Sawa. Job. Brother Job Manani. Unasema nini? Labda wewe ndio uko na solomonic wisdom hapa. Kuendaje?
Not really, lakini habari ya jioni.
Tuko poa sana.
I will not reduce the discussion to who believes in God, who doesn't believe in God, or a no or yes. But what I could want us to, my worry is if tomorrow they say, if they vacate the High Court ruling, my question would be, as a nation, where are we headed to? Given that right now we're, I think, 11 months away from the next general elections, and how does how will the country look like? Given the proposals that were in or are in the BBI, we're talking about having 70 more constituencies. There is a law that deters us from having new constituencies 12 months, at least 12 months to an election. And this is August, today's August 20th, already we passed the 12-month period. And if the Court of Appeal upholds the High Court ruling, and so we say that the BBI process is not going forward or ahead, my still worry is, as those people of us who, whether as one of us has said, whether we believe in God or whether we don't believe in God, what is the next step for us as a country? Because looking at what is happening already, we have seen indications that members of parliament, and unfortunately these members of parliament are both from the hustler nation and the non-hustlers. Already there is a bill in parliament that is seeking to amend or give powers to the president to appoint members of parliament, members of the cabinet from amongst the members of parliament who have been elected. It indicates or shows us that there is already amongst the members of parliament. Sorry, I think there's somebody who has a speaker that is an echo from, or okay. So it is an indication that whether we somehow, whether the BBI process continues or doesn't continue, members of parliament are already crafting ways to, go around and have some of the proposals that were in the BBI proposal being amended at the floor of the House. And so my question is, as a nation, and unfortunately this will affect those of us who, whether you're in the hustler nation or not, at the end of the day, all these things will come to affect us. If it's the taxes that I think it's Sarah who was talking about the high taxes, they will affect us whether you're in Tanga or Kieleweke, or you're in with Baba, or you're with Mudavadi or Gideon. So I think what we should be reflecting more is, what is the next step for the nation? And you looking at all these things that are happening, we having curfews that are baseless. Is it a precursor to the 2022? So because some of these things, the BBI could be here, distracting us, yet there is a deeper plan towards the 2022 general elections. Are we going to see the BBI going through, and then we are told now, because we have in place, we have to review constituency boundaries, then we're not going to have elections in 2022. I think, to me, that should worry me or Kenyans more than the question of what the courts will say tomorrow, because whether we like it or not, the court will say something tomorrow. and it's either they will vacate or they will uphold the High Court ruling. So I think my worry is more on what next apart from what if. Yeah, thanks.
Don't you think that a wise ruling should give the nation guidance, not to leave it in confusion?
Yes,
That's
it
why
is
we
possible.
we talk about jurisprudence. Should a wise ruling create more confusion or align the nation?
It will give, okay, I think that is more of a political, if I take a political angle in answering that question, a wise ruling may, through the proponents and the guys who are posting this whole thing, they will move back to the drawing board at the same time, which will be a good thing for the nation. It will be a win situation for the nation. But if you see, if we reduce, and unfortunately this one I'm giving it an honest view. If, for example, tomorrow we say if the Court of Appeal upholds the High Court ruling, then definitely, and I will tell you, the narrative from the weekend, from Saturday, the narrative changes to ni Mungu, sio uchawi, ni maombi. So there's a group of us who will feel that sisi ndo tunaenda kanisa and ni maombi yetu ilifanya hiyo ikasimama. And unfortunately, elections in this country have always been won on narratives, on political narratives. In 2013, in 2007, in 2017, it is, and it has always been a political narrative. So, I mean, there is a possibility that the ruling tomorrow will help some factions of the political players start crafting a political narrative that is going to shape the 2022 elections. And the unfortunate thing about that whole thing is that political narratives, elections that are won on political narratives, they never come back to to benefit the citizens who vote. So there is a situation, yes, that a more neutral ruling where maybe the Court of Appeal will look into each single ruling and handle it as a single thing. For example, I think the judges could go into looking into each ruling, so that, because again the appeal was based on so many other things, like the president being told to refund money that was used by the BBI. What was it that there was that the task force. So there's a possibility that the High Court, the Court of Appeal, will look into each ruling. Because again, there's a possibility of us setting bad precedents going forward, because when you're reducing the president and saying you're addressing Uhuru Kenyatta, it could be an issue. There's a possibility that the Court of Appeal, because it's the same Court of Appeal that again earlier on ruled that the IEBC is well constituted, they might relook into the the Court of Appeal ruling that the IEBC is not well constituted to to conduct a referendum in this country. So they may look at that. So if they go looking into the individual rulings, then it will bring calm to the nation. But if they go a way of saying we uphold the High Court ruling, or we vacate the High Court ruling, then definitely there will be tensions around here, and it will be shaping the political narrative for 2022. Yeah.
I like your comments. maybe you can comment when Raila and Uhuru Kenyatta was at Kisii launching this document. Raila Odinga stated that the snake is finally out. So what do you have to say about that? Because this document basically is a snake in our interpretation, as we believe in God. What do you have to say about that?
I do believe in God, but
Let me ask you, Mal,
think,
a question, or in line with that. What is your take on a snake?
A point of order, Wekesa.
Yes.
Wekesa, I think we will not be here to discuss some propaganda which Mala maybe has somewhere. So if you know a snake who does not go to church,
I'm just quoting what Papa told us. I'm quoting what Papa told us.
Yeah, let's answer him. Maybe the image, the image and language that. Let me ask you. Let me just answer him, Ayaga. There's no problem. This person you hear called Moses was given instruction by God. Mkiumwa na nyoka, raise another nyoka, a bronze snake. Why do you think God asked him to raise a bronze snake and not any other thing? So so that you start understanding the language and not just be like ukisikia nyoka ni uchawi. Ukisikia nyoka.
Most of us are worried.
Why? And I am not sure even whether it's the same God who created the snake. It's not Raila Odinga. So
what did you have to call
to
snake?
understand what is the communication.
Because he says the snake is finally
and
out.
there are people who eat even snakes and nasio wachawi. So I want us to understand the imagery first before even we go to the issues.
Let me answer you that question. There is this issue of imagery, and if you look at the history of snakes since the beginning, what does it bring? Assume even in the beginning, the history of the imagery of snake or the meaning of snake, even to the current world. What does it symbolize? It symbolizes satanic thing.
Have you checked on the emblem of World Health Organization? How many snakes are there on the emblem? And then have you checked on the Parliament of Kenya? How many snakes are there on the building? So that you widen your scope of thinking and don't think that it's Raila who talks about snakes. They are there everywhere.
I could want to say something very quickly, if you allow me.
Yeah, just in passing, okay.
Yeah. So I think when I started making my comments, I started from the point of saying, let us not reduce the discussion to who believes in what and what about. I think let's discuss more or let's focus more on the bigger picture here. Let's forget about the snakes or whatever that they called. It is a legal and political document that we need to reflect upon, and then it is something that is going either way. It is something that is going to shape the political situation going forward, especially now that we're headed to 2022. So my feeling will be, let us more look at what are the consequences of a year the BBI going through, or what are not the consequences. Because you see, when for example I want to think that the guy who is saying about the guy who is asking about the snake is and believes in God is an Asala movement guy. If for example, one of the scenarios that the BBI goes through tomorrow, one of the scenarios is they move to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court will most definitely address itself into a constitutional question more than looking into the merits or the demerits of the ruling from the lower courts. And one of the situations that we can, or scenarios that we can start thinking of, is a BBI going through, and then we the IBC being forced to do boundary delimitation, so that to have the additional 70 constituencies. And that definitely means that 2022 August, we shall not have an election. If that means, if we don't have a 2022 August election, then it is something that is going to affect not only the people who are supporting the BBI, but also it's going to support, to affect the people, the people who are in the Hustler Nation, who want to have an Hustler president by 2022 March. So I think let's look at the bigger picture more than what the political statements that we are talking about, because at the end of the day, it will affect both the guys who are supporting the BBI, the guys who are in Hustler Nation and are not supporting BBI and they believe in God, and also the people who will be believing in Satan.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that. I think Job is approaching it from a moderate way, and let's be moderate, because some of these stands we hold never add value. Let me give you an example. 2010, there are people who opposed the constitution, but they ended up even benefiting from the constitution, and those who proposed it didn't benefit. This BBI, you may oppose it, but if it passes, it may help you more than even those who are opposing it. So I think when we look at it from a content value, we will be doing justice to ourselves than a perceptional. Because hata ukienda kwa BBI utafute nyoka utaipata. These are just perceptional things that doesn't add any value. So next is Ayaga, and then we have let me check. Ibana imefunika majina. Let me just check. Ayaga, proceed.
Oh, thank you very much. I always don't want to be drawn into these shenanigans of religion and religionism, because even
That's
the people
why I
who
was
tend to be
protecting you, my
Christian more than yeah. Even the people who are pretending to be more Christian than even Christians themselves are not even Christians, and nothing Africans know about Christians. Let us follow our religion. Our religion, we had it before, like Koitale, Larab, Samoei. They were not Waganga. Those were spiritual leaders in Africa, Siokimau and the rest. We cannot rule them out because a white man came later with a thing called Bible and confuse us and brainwash us. What we call the brain and slavery. That's why I'm sending Mala to read this book by Ngugi wa Thiong'o, Decolonization of Mind. Your mind is still colonized. That's why everything you see it in a perspective of a religion. You are a religionist. So what you can think is only because snake, the Bible told us snake is bad. The same Bible, if you read it keenly, they say if you dream about a certain snake, is a good luck, and certain snakes are a bad luck. Go to Revelation chapter number 12, when the John was in a deep vision. Because you brought this, now have it. Read that chapter, the whole chapter. I will not give you the verse. Read the whole chapter, Revelation chapter 12. In that chapter, the Bible you are praising and the Bible you are talking about bring the word called bless me. Go and check the definition of blood bless me. Bless me are the Christians who are pretending to be more holy than the rest.
Yeah, my brother, I think you are going too far. You are going too far. Let's focus on the topic. I was raising this
Now
issue
you don't.
because the leader
Now
called
you
Amolo
don't want.
Odinga used the word
Now
snake,
you don't want the Bible.
the
You
document.
don't want
No, I know the
the
Bible.
Bible.
Don't teach us
You
about the
don't want.
Bible. Let's
You don't.
focus
Yes.
on what on
I'm not.
today's topic.
Mala,
I'm not
Yeah.
speaking.
Mala, let him
You are a
use.
blessing.
Okay, that is his time. If he misuses it, that
Yes.
is
Yes.
his own problem now.
Is
Let you
upon
finish
me.
your.
The guy is a bless me. You know, these bless me's, they are the people papacy. In fact, that verse says, the chapter says, the papacy was blasphemous. They are the people who can judge. Even the Bible says, don't judge your fellow human being. But for them, they have the boundary to judge. Yeah, even going against the words of the Bible itself. That why are you judging another person at this guy is Satan and I'm more godly than him? So my prayer will deliver verdict for the rest of Kenyan tomorrow. To talk hapo, turudi kwa discussion. My friend, my prayer as a Kenyan, because you know people who are opposed to BBI, they have never read it. They know nothing about it. I was shocked when I hear my sister Sarah telling us here that BBI will give us a lot of taxes. If you read that booklet clearly, as a young man, there is what they call the free tax for the youths that will be on a business between a certain age. It's there. So the problem, they have not read it. And even me, I'm praying that tomorrow BBI should pass. But I'm seeing what Wekesa is describing as a Solomonic judgment, because I don't see that thing is heading to a Supreme Court. I'm seeing a Solomonic where some of those the cases there will be harmonized in a way that it must pass. Number one, there is this issue of boundary demarcations by IEBC. There is no way we are going to election, because the law requires that after every 10 years, IEBC has not yet done that. Anyone will go to court tomorrow to stop election until that is done, and still a Kenyan will go to court. So we are looking at a constitutional quagmire that if BBI is null and void tomorrow, then there is going to be a lot of cases towards IBC that will prompt them actually not to hold the election, because for now IBC must be on the way preparing for the election. Nothing should gag them at any cost. Any dent, even with 1 month, will cause an election postponement. The issue of boundary, constituencies boundary, is a very thorny issue, and that thing must be revised. Because why it is after 10 years? Census is done after every 10 years. So when we are heading election with the 2019 census result, we have to demarcate the boundaries. That will happen. Even if people like Ruben is, because if you don't, people of Odaya will lose that constituency called Odaya. People of Madeira will lose that constituency where Rigathi Gachagua is making a lot of noise. He will have no constituency to run on. Yeah. So this thing must happen. And those were the solutions of BBI. You know, BBI was a medicine. That's why people like Kibichu describe them to a quinine. Yeah, liken it to a quinine, where we have your problems here. It is either to choose to deal with the problem or you postpone the problem. Take a painkiller to postpone the problem, or look for a proper medicine to cure the problem. The election, as my wish today, election will not be there in 2022. I don't bother with whatever will happen maybe after tomorrow, because Raila Odinga may not go to Supreme Court, and maybe another Kenya will go to Supreme Court for any reason. Anyone will go to court, and that thing will go maybe to Supreme. If it ended at Supreme, I'm wondering if Supreme made a decision that will force IBC to demarcate those boundaries before the election. That's where the quagmire will happen, and that's the time we will postpone the election. I pray for tomorrow so that these people allow BBI to continue. We do a referendum, then we head to a general election in March 2023. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ayaka, for your submission. I'll give a chance to.
If you could
You have
allow
a
me to
question?
correct just one thing.
Briefly.
Yes, Anyaga has mentioned about the 10 year the duration for the boundary review by the IBC, but I would want to go to maybe put a correction that Article 89 of the Constitution, 89.2 of the Constitution actually gives the IBC the mandate to review the boundaries in not less than 8 years and not more than 12 years. So that means if we go to the elections in 2022 without reviewing the electoral boundaries, still IBC has a leeway up to 12 years and in 2024 actually, so they can actually do the review after the election. So it is not something that can stop the 2022 elections. It is between 8 and 12 years and not 10 years. Article 89.2 of the Constitution. Thanks.
Okay. Let's proceed to I think anaitwa nani, Washington. Washington, are you a preview of what we are discussing? Unajua Kenya inaongelewa hapa? At least you can see something scrolling down. Some people have not been seeing the headline of what we've been discussing, so I decided to put some information scrolling down so that it can guide you in what we are discussing. Which way Kenya after the BBI ruling? What is your take after tomorrow's ruling? Or what you expect in tomorrow's ruling? Is he talking to himself? Can you unmute first? Now unmute. You're on mute. Unmute. We can't hear you. Okay, let's have Tito and then we will come back to Washington after he aligns his mic. Tito?
Yes, thank you so much for inviting me for this show. I'm very happy, and all Kenyans are supposed to know that our life is ours in our hand, and if we play with our life, things is going to be very, 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 very much in wrong place. We should fix Kenya into a position through these people we call a youth, and without youth in the country, there's no country. Knowing that PPI is coming, whoever knows inside the PPI what is written there, is supposed to be the youth to be forefront to read and educate those people who doesn't have education about PPI. Now the ruling is coming tomorrow. Yes, after ruling, either the rule is they rule that PPI will continue or the PPI will stop. We have life, must continue. We're supposed to live. What's the way forward? We're supposed also to ask ourselves, after PPI, it passes, it's not passes, what's the way forward for ourselves? What are we going to benefit through the country? All programs about ourselves as a youth. And if we hesitate not to intervene in life of politics as a youth, we are going to kill the Kenya soon. Nothing will going to happen, and those people who are not having jobs, totally, they are not going to survive the way we are expecting the country to help the youth to come on board. Now PPI is out, was well being stressed on points how they're going to help the youth to come out to get jobs and everything. PPI is having good things for us to be proud of it, but unfortunately, because of politics of Kenya, I don't know youth how they are going to survive in the country. Now mimi nahurumia wa Kenya kabisa, nikiingia kwa Kiswahili nikisema isipopita, I don't know, but God willingly nataka PPI ikue, at least tuone ile plan wametuwekea ni kani maisha baadaye. Sio sisi sahi sana. Watoto wenye tunasaa saa hizi watakuwa wanaenda shule, hakuna chochote. Si wenyewe hatuna chochote. Sasa Kenya itafai kwa mkono ya nani? Hiyo ndio swali tunafaa kujiuliza. So in real sense, Kenya inafaa watu wachukulie seriously, watoe kwa watu wenye wanataka kuuza Kenya. Kenya inasauzwa anytime. Inapikishwa kwa mnanda kila wakati.
Tito, wacha nikuulize swali.
Yes.
Kwa hao wenzetu wenye wanasema BBI kasi yake ni ku-create vyeo, tukiwauliza hao wana contest for election, wana contest kwa vyeo ama wana contest kwa nini?
Let me just
jana tumeona, ngoja alafu ujibu.
Yeah.
Jana tumeona watu 600, they were gathered in one room, all of them are aspirants. Na wakaambiwa usiende mahali, kama utaanguka nominations, hii ufalme wetu ni kubwa, tutakutafutia kazi, kwa hivyo usitoke kwa hii jama. Kwa hivyo hawatakuwa wanatafutiwa viti ama vyeo, tunasungumuza both sides of the coin. Ndio tusiangalie viti 5 na kumbe kila mtu anapenda hizi viti, hata kama ni ndogo kama stool. Najua kuna viti inakaa kama sofa set na kuna zingine ni stool, zingine ni kiti moto, lakini zote ni viti. Aya, can you continue with your submission?
Ojue tuongee yote, tuseme nini? From the home, the word go. Tuko na baba, tuko na watoto, kila mtu ako na position yake. What I mean, tuongee nini? Siasa tutaishi kwa siasa, sio watu wa kanisa ndio wana manage ile pesa yenye tunatoa ushuru, ni watu wa siasa wana manage. So viti lazima sitafutwe. Hata tukisema saizi laini ya Uhuru na vile walifanya handshake na Raila Amolo Odinga, waachane na kila kitu, waache kuongea, wataki kido. Ule mwenye anataka contest pande nyingine, kwani alikuwa anataka nini? Sikio kitu tu bado ndiye anataka. Sasa viti lazima sitafutwe. Na sikitafutwa, kama sitatafutwa kwa njia mzuri, lazima tukubaliane. Na the best way, lazima tukae chini, tuelewane, Kenya inaenda wapi, tufanye discussion, wapi tunakosea na wapi tume miss point to fix, alafu maisha yaendelee. But without consensus in life, hata familia baba uikalisha chini, tunaongea, sisi tumekuwa hapa, tuko na hii, maybe kwa shamba hatuendi, fulani anajifichanga wakati wa kwenda kwa shamba na afanye kazi mzuri, hii itakuwa mzuri, ndakana tushikane tufanye kazi kwa shamba wote ndio tupate chakula. So Kenya was supposed to have discussion in our own country, tuelewane what's the way forward. And particularly me, I'm stressing my point to all youth, they're supposed to come out, wakwe forefront, kwa sababu country inafaa kuachwa kwao kwa mikono yao. Na kama watalalia masikio, country ingie pale penye watakuwa incited, fulani sijui ni anatoka wapi, fulani sijui wana account gani, fulani sijui ndio hustle, fulani ni tajiri. Unajua kuna youth pia wako na pesa, wako na matajiri. Sasa hizi watu waliomoka mapema, kitu mtu ako na 22 years ameshaomoka. Sasa wewe utamweka wapi? Atakana kuwa aende kwa city ama aende kwa hustle. You see, division of the country is not important. Important is how to create the country to have harmony, love, and peace. That's a big thing we're supposed to have in the country. So life yetu kuichange ni vile perspective tutaichukulia, na wanasiasa kujihusisha na wao, ni wapi tutakuwa na mtu ameongea mambo ya snake, sijui ni Raila ametumia parables from long time ago na amewasaidia kivikubwa. Yeye ni mtu ameenda kiasi, ameona vitu mingi, na mkimpatia time anaweza fix country. Why? He knows ABCD, he knows every corner of the Kenya, na anajua ni wapi tunaenda vibaya, ni wapi tulianza kunyeshewa na mvua. Unaona? So I propose BBI ikipita itakuwa imetupatia chance ya kujua maono yao ni gani. Thank you so much. Mtu ako na swali? Wekezo sikiki.
Sorry, I was on mute. Washington, have you fixed your mic? Washington. Ebu ongea tusikie. Aya, kama uko bado na issues, we can move to Robert. Robert, you're welcome. We are discussing about which way Kenya after the ruling. Reke itasimama ama itaendelea, na what is the ramification in terms of politics and the economy and whatever after the ruling. So you can give your submission.
Thank you, Bwana Wekesa, and the rest of Kenyans present today, either as panelists or as followers. Wekesa, back to the subject of today. I don't want to preempt you what will happen tomorrow, but it can go either way. My concern is just one. We've passed so many good laws in this country, including the 2010 Constitution that we are now proposing to amend with the BBI. But if we look at what that Constitution has changed in terms of what we expected, is very minimal. And I think that is one of the things that the other proponents of BBI are proposing now is time to change it. The only problem that we have as Kenyan is that however much a document may be, the implementation part of that document has never been as important as passing that document. And that's where we have a problem in this country. So without maybe diverging so much into what will happen tomorrow, I believe whether the BBI passes tomorrow or the decision of the High Court is upheld at the appellate court, we will still have a Kenya. And I know the proponents of BBI will still have ways or craft their way through parliament to maybe have some of those proposals passed through parliament. I know they will not just stop at the courts, but they will now take another route of using parliament to maybe have some of those recommendations passed. That is something I know we will witness. If at all the court's decision doesn't go their way. And I know we are going to have a battle within our parliamentarians, because there are people already aligning themselves to oppose any sorts of amendment or proposal from other quarters. So we are going to witness maybe in the few weeks that is coming, a parliament that perhaps will hold on to what the DP is subscribing to, and another parliament that will hold to what the president and his brother is subscribing to. So by the end of it all, whoever will carry the day is something that we are focusing, and we are eager to see, depending on the numbers that you have in both parliaments. Back to BBI, I think this was just a good document. If only we could focus on the objectivity of the document and leave the sideshows. Because if you look at the aspect of creating positions and look at why are we creating positions, it is something that even is troubling us even today. We are seeing a lot of meetings in Naivasha, Mombasa, back and forth, Karen, where this is all because of the positions. And if you can maybe bring a situation like if we had the BBA passed as we at this moment, and maybe have those positions in place, perhaps we wouldn't be seeing a lot of back and forth meetings that we are witnessing. People would be just aligning themselves according to those positions, and maybe saying, okay, we are comfortable, or I'm comfortable with that certain position. And this works for both sides. I don't know why certain people feels that if BBI passes, then it will work against them. Because assuming it passes today, and the deputy president of the UDA camp wins the election in 2022, they will still have those positions to fill in. They will still have the 6 or the 5 positions to fill in from their end. So they must they must think through why this document was created, and if it is an issue that maybe some of the aspects or their perspective were not captured, then it's something that we can sit down and look at. But BBI was just a good document. Now that we are in court, if the ruling goes to the Raila Odinga and Uhuru Kenyatta's way, by passing the BBI, it will be good for them and their proponents, and even for the country. And if it also failed to pass, as majority are actually indicating, then we will still be back to square one. The kind of politics that we've witnessed since 1963 will still continue. The kind of winner takes it all that we've seen will still continue. And it is something that is very sad. As a country, we need to look at that, because politics has become a very big enemy to our economy. Instead of complementing our economy, but it has become a very big enemy, and one of the indicators that are being watched by all investors in our country. So how to modest our politics is also something that we need to look at as Kenyans. Whether BBI will pass tomorrow, or it will not pass, leave it to the courts. Back to you, Ekesa.
Okay, thank you so much. Unless there is a question, we proceed to Dr. Okot. Is he our constitution expert or another Dr. Okot? Is he the Dr. Ekur Okot? Daktari, ama you are not around? Before Daktari akuje, Washington, I'm giving you last chance. If your mic doesn't work, then I don't know how to do. I've given you 3 times. Okay, Daktari, you are back. Dr. Ogot. Washington. Okay. Guys, when you're given chance, you unmute and you talk. Jonathan, let's go to Jonathan before we fix the other 2 guys.
Good evening, guys.
With them. Yes, good evening, Jonathan.
Umeniweka bench sana, wanaona watu wanakuja tu nyuma yangu wanaingia tu, umeniweka bench.
I think umepotelea hapo katikati, sijakuona. Si unaona nina scroll ndio nimekuona sasa hizi. Umepotelea hapo katikati, nimefikiria tushamalizana na wewe. Proceed.
Sasa,
thank you for your patience.
Mimi nasema sasa hii maneno ya BBI sasa ikipita kesho ama isipite, you know life will be the same, like maisha tutakuwa gali, like ndanunua gas sasa imefika gas ya 12 kg imefika 2700. You see now life is becoming more harder than before, like sasa hata BBI ipite kesho itakuwa tu bado the same, isipite itakuwa bado the same. And hii tabia ya watu kusemanga like we go to church but others don't go to church. I thought that the church is your heart, like church si mjengo, like hiyo building yenye mjengo like that, watu wakienda tu wanacongregate, lakini church is your heart. When you are praying, there are some people who don't go to church but they are praying in their houses, they are praying in their heart. So watu kusemanga like sisi ni watu wa Mungu, na hawa wakisema wao ni watu wa Mungu, na hao wengine kwani us we don't believe in God, or watu wengine wa believe in God. So hii maneno ya hii propaganda ya kusemanga like sisi ni watu wa kanisa, tutaomba Mungu, tunamwachia Mungu, like everybody anamwachia Mungu, you know. Na maneno nyingine hii maneno ya watu kusema like hiyo pande mwingine sitaki kutaja, like wanakanga wakisema like watu wengine wanajitafutia viti, like wao wanafuata ule mwenye anataka kiti, wao wanatafuta nini? Si wao, kuna watu wakienda meeting zao wanasemanga mimi nataka kusimama ugavana, kwani hiyo si viti wanatafuta ama ni nini? Si I thought ni viti pia wanatafuta.
Okay. Thank you for your opinion on that. Any response on that? We proceed to Dr. Okot. Nani hajaongea? I think all of us have made their contributions, isn't it? Ogot, daktari, tunakutafuta, umelala?
Oh, good evening everybody.
Good evening. I thought it's Dr. Ekur Okot. You're welcome for the debate. Kindly make your
Thank you very
contribution.
much.
The topic is which way Kenya after BBI? What is your expectations tomorrow?
Thank you very much, Ekesa and the team and Kenya at large for this very hot debate. And I believe this will actually enlighten our people about what's happening tomorrow, and we prepare them for psychologically for what is going to happen. And on my side, I know BBI can go either way, either the positive or the negative. The ayes or the nay will have it. But what is very important here ni sisi wananchi, ni sisi tutakuwa upande gani, kwa sababu Wekesa and the group, tomorrow is the beginning of politics in this country. And as you know, the court has actually nullified the issue of congregation that is actually unlawful. You see, now that's another task ahead for the government. And I'm so much worried because of our politicians and our leaders, because tomorrow it will be a red line that will be drawn in front of them. And you will find kutakuwako na mikutano mingi kwa mkunju mingi ya kifamilia ya kuwa na wasiwasi. I think kesho ndio itakuwa siku kubwa ya stress, and I believe hata saa hii Wekesa hiyo verdict kuna watu wanajua answers. Tusidanganyane hapa. Hata wale wako kwa hii show mnajua tayari verdicts. Na mtu alisema ukitaka kuona dalili ya mvua usingoje mvua inyeshe, jaribu kuangalia mawingu. Na tayari mawingu yametanda. Hata ukiangalia sura ya Sara Cherobon utaona tu kuna mawingu ameangalia na tayari anajua dalili ya mvua. Jinsi Wekesa unavyoona hata vile mikutano ya leo ya Western, ukiona mikutano ya State House ya kuleta miungano, inamaanisha kwamba tayari kuna mtu amechungulia ama ameitapelia kompyuta ya wale ya Affiliate Court ila majaji na tayari yako na verdict. Kwamba nikiona tu kwa mbali, I'm not a prophet that I will be judged with my words. Mimi najua hiyo verdict inamaanisha kwamba either it is negative, naona probability ya negativity iko juu ya kwamba hiyo BBI inaweza kuwa imekuwa ruled ama imekuwa upheld ya ile high court. Ndio maana sasa unaona ni mirengo ya Ruto imetulia, lakini mirengo hii ingine kuna ule mkwarusano na mipangilio. And if I was the advisor of Mheshimiwa Raila Odinga, ningechukua hii initiative ya kuanza kuconsolidate mahali mvua ilianza kuonyeshea, kwa sababu kuna mbio hizi tunasamanga 100 meters each, na referee asipokuwa so much keen, kuna wale wa jamaa wanarukanga mbele ya laini kabla hata ile kidude ya kuanzisha mbio ijepigwa. Unakuta mtu ameruka na referee anaangalia tu number 2 ama number 3 ametangulia kuruka mbele ya laini. Sasa hiyo race sidhani kama itakuwa ni race ambayo tutadetermine ni nani ndio winner. Vile mmoja wetu amesema kwamba huenda ikawa tutakuwa na possibilities, kwa sababu hii BBI isipopita kesho kutakuwa na probability ya njia ingine ya kutumia parliament ili kuendorse hiyo mambo ambayo ilikuwa imewekwa kwa hiyo BBI. Na ya bunge ikikuwa ngumu, kuna namba 3 pia postpone pia election kwa sababu ya mambo ya janga la corona. Na unajua as much as tutakuwa tunasukuma election mbele kwa sababu ya corona, utakuwa na watu wengi watakuwa ile morali ya kukimbia itakuwa imeisha. Unajua wakati unafanya mazoezi unawaambia hata hit ni 8:30, alafu ingoje delay hizo adrenaline zinapanda juu, unaanza kupoteza ile spirit ya kukimbia. So they will be using this tactic actually to delay and to bar some other members from actually participating and pursuing what they want. But actually hata mimi nikiulizwa saa hii Wekesa nahitaji kiti, hata wewe ukiulizwa unahitaji kiti, kila mtu aliyo hapa anahitaji kiti, na hizi viti ni kwa sababu ya manufaa, si kwa sababu ya manufaa ya wananchi. Let's not cheat ourselves. 80% of our desires, of what we want from the government, it is for our own benefit. The 20% because of the law and what the constitution is actually compelling us. That's why we fulfill the 20%. But majority of us who will be going into this politics will actually use all of our resources and all our powers to make sure that we get it at all cost, at all mighty, by either by truth or anything. Lakini kitu kingumu hapa Wakenya wenzangu ni kwamba we should maintain peace. You know, BBI will come and go. BBI will actually favor anyone. But at the end of the day, the country of Kenya has to remain Kenya. Because this is a country that will never replace with any other country. There are many countries that actually they have lost their identity, their sovereignty because of dirty politics. Politics is just a game of one day and it will end. Then after politics, you know, Wakesa, you have a place to go. You have a place where you can run that your linen and your fingers to make sure that your children feed. But now, we're also responsible because of our governance and the laws that actually will govern us and rule us. But again, I wanted to say that let's not fool God. Let's not fool God into our dirty linens, into our dirty games. Let's play our dirty games and leave God aside, in such a way that we don't want to pull in. We don't want to pull in churches into these games, into this problem that we are facing. And I'm praying. I don't know if I'm talking. Somebody is listening, or we have gone off air. Am I there?
Everybody's listening. You are very audible. Proceed.
Thank you very much. Now, we need to actually look at what we are doing and we take our own. We take our members and everybody who is staying with you as your brother, whether he is in opposition. Kwa sababu, at the end of the day, we might be members of Man U or Arsenal. Na sometimes, kuna timu kama Arsenal yenye inachapwa kila siku. Tunavumilia tu, unachapwa, mnanyamaza. Sasa Man U isitake advantage kwa sababu inachapa Arsenal, ianze kuenda kupiga Gor Mahia, timu ndogo ndogo huko chini. We just keep on with your victory na uachie Mungu. So that is my prayer, that after tomorrow, verdict of BBI, let's maintain peace in the country and let's keep for ourselves. I know God will protect us, all of us. And remember who we have tomorrow. Kenya will not get finished tomorrow. Mwisho ya Kenya si kesho. We'll have the day after tomorrow, Saturday and Sunday. We've been having these elections. We've been having dictators. We've been having people who have ruined, total men who have been actually taking power by Almighty. But they are not there. But let's remember one thing. At the end of the day, all of us will be judged on what you're going to leave behind. So that is my take. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for your contribution. I think Washington, you can try and see whether your mic is okay now. Okay. Let's proceed with the community. I think there's something completely wrong with his mic. Washington. Maybe you can leave and they come back again. You can restart your gadget. Community, you are off.
Oh, yeah.
You have
Before
a question,
community,
Sarah?
yes, no, it is a bit of nini. And now we want to see each other. We want to talk about it. I think we are all creators of God. Na tukiwa hapa, nafikiri wote tuheshimu Mungu. Hakuna mtu mwenye amesema huyu ni kitu fulani, huyu ni fulani. Hapa tuheshimu jina la Mungu na tuweke Mungu kando. Kama unaongea kuhusu Mungu, ongea kwa heshima. Because he is the one who is giving us this oxygen. And we look at each other here, I think we are all Kenyans. Hakuna mtu anatoka Uganda wala Ethiopia. Na saa hizi we might be of different tribes inside here when we are discussing this thing, but in God we are one. Na hakuna siku damu ya Sara ikikatwa ni red, ya Wekesa ikikatwa itatoka white ama black, it is all red. So please let us respect that name of God, please.
Yeah, thank you so much. And I normally say for you, if you believe in God, kama mimi naenda kukatia msichana, siwezi kuenda kumwambia Mungu ameniambia wewe utakuwa bibi yangu. I just go there and trust God that atanisaidia ni win. So sometimes the challenge we are doing is we are putting God into politics until it wants to appear that he is on this side or the other side. Just pray. Let me pray. When I come to this studio, I pray that God give me favor before people. So when I come here, it is the favor that I will have before people, and I go home, I thank God you are with me. I think that is okay, rather than trying to, you can't force God into a situation. If you have God, people will know. If community has God, people will know that there's something about community that connects with God. Huh? I hope that is okay. So let's.
Wekesa, do you believe even thieves pray God before they go to God? Wekesa,
Yeah, that's why I'm saying.
And do you believe that even thieves, they normally do their prayer? Yes.
Yeah, that's why I'm limiting it, because it may bring another. It should be a religious discussion. And on Sunday, by the way, there are programs that we run which are faith and politics. We can do that. For now, let's maintain the topic, isn't it? If we want to do faith and politics, well, you are welcome on Sunday. We can do that, so that it's extensive. Because it's not a small thing when you begin. It has to be. We have to dig deeper. Okay, so let's proceed to community.
Yes, Mr. Wekesa na panelist wote, ningependa kusema first of all I gonna say thanks to God for the gift of life which he has granted each and every one. Now, in fact, to the matter of today about BPI ruling, which shall take place tomorrow. Yeah, I know. In fact, hii matter inaleta tumbo joto pande zote sababu in fact when I saw lawyers wakati walikuwa na peana submissions katika Court of Appeal, kila mtu alikuwa anavuta pande yake. So mimi kwa maoni yangu ni ile tu ningesema I was preferring BPI iendelee sababu maybe ile kitu ambayo nilikuwa naona kwa BPI ilikuwa inanifinya kabisa ni mambo ya hizi constituencies. Maybe yani unajua ku add 290 uongeze another 70, maybe kama kungekuwa na nomination sama nini, yani in fact hapo inge mambo ya kuspend kulipa hao wabunge. Tunaona ile pesa yenye tunawalipa ni pesa mingi, maybe hiyo ndio ingeleta mtafaruku. Lakini tukiangalia mambo maybe ya uongozi pande zote zina nini, pande zote in fact unapoangalia vile PPI ilikuwa imepropose president, deputy president, prime minister, na madeputy wake wawili wote wangenini, hata kama ndio mheshimiwa Ruto yeye akona chama anasimama na chama ya UDA na in fact anasema kuwa hahitaji any mambo ya coalition, lakini ukiangalia he has got able men and women ambao wako saidi yake whereby anaweza chukua kama maybe na Aden Duale ama usoeva ampatie prime minister nini, same to pande ya Raila Amolo Odinga with Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, nao wangefanya hivyo. Cause wakati mimi ninapoangalia, wakati nilikuwa nafuatilia hii mambo ya BBI niliangalia sana sana walikuwa na stress hawa wenye walikuwa wanapinga, walikuwa na stress mambo ya hii structure ya uongozi, lakini unapoangalia kwa hiyo structure ya uongozi, as long as mimi ile uzuri nilikuwa naona pale, as long as in fact president atakuwa ni kabila ingine, deputy akuwe kabila ingine, hivyo at least hata huyu Ndorobo kutoka Molo anaweza pata nafasi ya kuwa pale. Sikuwa naona kulikuwa na shida, but wacha tu tuachie the court of appeal under Justice Msinga. I know atapeana verdict ambayo iko extensive, alafu kutoka hapo mimi ni kuappeal kwa Kenya, whichever side hii mambo ya BBI itaenda, let us be calm, let us be peaceful, tuchukue tuchukue huo uamuzi na mikono miwili, alafu tuzidi kusonga mbele. Hii Kenya ni yetu sisi wote. Asante sana.
Thank you so much, community. Next, I want us to have Mugambi.
Thank you so much, Wekesa.
Mugambi, endelea kidogo na kuja. 1 minute.
Thank you for your time. I can see the question is which way for Kenya after BBI ruling? I want to begin by saying Kenya is anchored under God's foundation. Whichever way that the BBI comes, whichever the verdict that is given, let Kenyans maintain peace. But we have done our best. The rest we leave to the bench. However, I'm so optimistic that because the document, the content in the document was from the good place or from the good heart, I really wish and pray that the judges shall be so objective in their ruling. Because it has been so long that most part of this country has been discriminated from the resources, including the national cake. In whichever way that we divide our resources in Kenya, there are areas that are always disadvantaged. And the BBI was coming to equalize everyone. Number two, BBI, I think it was coming to cool the elections temperatures that always rise, because as the executive right now is formed, there is no inclusion in the executive. Meaning, if the president and his deputy wins, those are the people who call the shots for the 5 years, and they can do whichever way. So other tribes of Kenya, they feel neglected, they feel sidelined, they feel that as if they are not part of Kenya. And as 2022, we go to 2022, in the likely event that we have the presidency going to the Rift Valley, now the other communities of Kenya, they will have to have a lot of issues with that election, because it will be like a seesaw. And anytime we have we have a president from a given tribe, The rest of the tribes, they feel so much left out. So I would pray and wish that let us not look this thing of expanding executive as something that is from a wrong place or something that is jealously formed. Because right now, Uhuru and Raila, they shook hands. They want to expand the executive. However, that does not mean that Uhuru and Raila is going to enjoy that. Ruto can get there, he can be the president. But with the expanded executive, it means at least 5 tribes can be at the executive as compared to the 2 tribes that are there now. Another thing on BBI is the issue of I have said about the elections. So let us take it positive as it's going to come. I'm optimistic that the ruling is going to be as the things have been put, but let's leave everything to God. Whichever way, we are brothers, we are sisters, and Kenya belongs to God. And tomorrow, I'm very sure whichever side that wins, if we, the proponent of BBI, lose, let the people who fight BBI not feel as if they have won. Let them see as if it is Kenya that has won. When we, the proponent of BBI, win, let us not see as if the anti-BBI side has lost. Let's say Kenya has won. Because cumulatively, the content of BBI is good for the common man. It's good for the devolution. It's good even for the office of the opposition. Right now, there is no office of the opposition in the current constitution. If this BBI goes through and we have the referendum, it means whoever comes second or the run-up, you will have an office that is taken care of by the government. He or she shall have a shadow cabinet to oversee the government. And the thieving and the stealing and the corruption that is going on now, with an empowered opposition, he will be able to monitor the government. Then there's this thing of the incentive of the whistleblowers. If the BBI wins, whoever is the whistleblower of any misdoing of the government is assured of at least, I think, 10% of whatever he has whistleblown and has been accrued back to the government. So BBI is coming to strengthen the system. It is coming to bring fairness to all of us. So let us not demonize the document. In fact, the problem with the High Court was not the content of the BBI, but they had an issue with the proponents, of which it was well argued in the courts. And we hope, pray and wish that all shall be well. So that's my take. Let us maintain our cool. Let us mean to be our brothers and sisters keeper as we wait for tomorrow. Whichever side that wins, let's say Kenya has won, not side A has lost, side B has lost. Me saying that does not mean that I fear to put my stand, but I want to say, let us maintain peace. Because how we behave tomorrow after the verdict of BBI, in one or the other, it will reflect what will happen after the next year's elections. If we can hold that tension of tomorrow, there's nothing that can stop us from holding the tension of 2022. That is my humble submission, Wekesa. And I can see the Bernard is laughing, but I want to make everyone comfortable because I know okay, I have some information of what may happen tomorrow, but let's just wait. Whoever will be celebrating, let us celebrate responsibly. Thank you. Now I think Wekesa is back. You can give Ruben chance going that way before Jakes knocks me down. Thank you, Wekesa.
Thank you. If Mugambi says he has information about tomorrow, and then we have to interrogate his speech and see whether it was leaning which side. Huh?
what I have some rough ideas of what may happen. Not that I have the content.
Okay.
Mm.
Okay, that's okay. We had Itumbi asking people where they are going for bash. We had Kutunyi say it will be historic ruling. So we don't know what people are saying,
You
but
know, these
let's wait
people
and see.
already. Some of these people they know the truth, and you know, for example, if Itumbe knows that something is against him, he will look for all ways to criticize him, to criticize the verdict. But I'm not
You would
saying we
have
are.
put paragraphs, isn't it?
Yes, sorry.
You would have put paragraphs and paragraphs. Huh?
Actually, a page or even a book. Let's just wait.
Okay.
But people prepare for the reggae. Prepare whatever you feel you can dance. Either you
I
lose
think
or win. Prepare.
I've been mentioned the case and I know nitakuwa nimeruka watu.
Wait for your time.
No,
Wait for your time.
for a response, you can respond in 1 minute. Respond. I don't want to look like you can
It's okay.
respond.
Now, Mugambi has really gives good submissions, but with all due respect, tomorrow's verdict is not the pros and cons of BBI. It is a decision on a ruling following a previous ruling of the High Court. So the good things you have spoken and sung here about BBI, those ones are ill-advised. Honestly, they are neither here nor there, because by the end of the day, the ruling tomorrow does not say that BBI is now officially law. It will still have to go through referendum and all. So your points are valid. Your prayer for Kenya is valid, that we need an opposition leader and all, and so many things you have said, including payment to whistleblowers. Tomorrow, I wish it goes through, so that there's this Kapolisi who has been taking 50 shillings. I would want to be the whistleblower to see how much I'll earn. But anyway.
Thank you, Jake. Thank you. Let us be brothers today. Let's not knock each other.
So,
Go ahead.
Jakes, are you suggesting that you are mentioned at the bribery area, or what did Mugambi mention you?
No, me, I'll be a whistleblower for that police who takes 50 shillings. I think I'll be rich. Unaona mtu anafungo juu ya 1,000.
Okay.
The next person, please, before my time.
Okay, the next person was Bernard, and then
Ruben.
Ruben has been here. I want the first round first we finish. So Bernard and then Tolos. Not Bernard and Jakes and then Tolos. And then Dr. Molt, and then we call second round.
Okay, thank you again. Thank you. I trust all is well, and we are all set for tomorrow. And I just want to say that it's not a do and die thing tomorrow. Kenya is not breaking up tomorrow. It's just a ruling, and whichever direction the ruling goes, the struggle continues. We've been in this from the 80s. So one setback does not mean that there is cancellation of the journey. We may pause, but we'll resume later on. So I wouldn't want anybody's temperature to rise over this and hype this entire ruling to be a matter of life and death. It is not. And so each one of us should appreciate that even by now, from the look of things, looking at the political dynamics that are taking place right now, we are past BBI. From my analysis and from where I sit, whichever way BBI goes is not going to change the political dynamics. So if BBI was to determine who wins 2022, that is already water under the bridge. 2022 is already cast and we are past BBI. So even going back to BBI, it is a backward roll for especially for us who belong to the biggest party. We already passed that. We are now advocating for Azimio la Umoja. So that one is it's a process that has already passed. So whatever decision the judges make tomorrow, our Azimio la Umoja itaendelea. Wale ambao wanataka bottom up wataendelea nayo. So it will make no much difference. But on the other hand, BBI proposals were healthy for this country because I believe in checks and balances. We have had a control even on corruption when we have an expanded government than when we have a lean government. The kind of corruptions that has taken place between 2013 and 2017 are not to compare for what took place in the past. And it's because of us having a government that is presided over by two people who are also ex-officials in the parliament, and then the ministers are also ex-officials in the parliament. And so a lot of things are taking place without accountability. Very different from what we have used to do in the past, whereby when something like that will be tabled in parliament, the minister will be summoned, the minister will be required to answer. So people had some kind of fear in broking or all this manner of corruption. And expanding the executive, I believe, is something that we will have to have a relook over, even as we go into the future. But the judges are at liberty to decide whichever way. And as a Kenyan people who believe in the rule of law, whatever direction the law takes, we are good to stand by the same. It will be very grave if the president and the former prime minister disregarded what the judges did and went on with the reggae. If they did that, then we'll have something to discuss. But because they paused the reggae and waited for the judges have taken all the time to go through whatever they had, and now they're going to make their submission, and they have gone ahead with the plans of 2022. I think tomorrow's ruling is not going to be high. It's not going to be high stake like it would have been if everything came to a standstill and waited for that particular ruling. If every political whatever arrangement paused waiting for that ruling, then the stakes will be too high. But as at now, that is an event that is past. I mean, a matter that is passed by events, and so it has been deflected as a tire. Even if it bursts, there isn't much impact, in my opinion. And I don't understand why we should be even kind of caught up into this. You know, there is how this country is being governed with the media, and it is not good for the country, okay? Whereby the media hypes up something and every Kenyan's attention is drawn to that thing, and it's all blown by the media creating a story to make the Kenyan react to the story. I think we need to come back and just run this country on principles and not this hearsay and all. Now we have given a huge, big market to fake news. The fake news proponents now have gone beyond help. I mean, they can declare you dead and announce it and then share it, and all of it. You read your death, I mean, in the paper, and there's a link. You died in a road accident. You are going to Thika, and you wonder, when did you die? I mean, all this is because we are following the media, and instead of us doing what? Determining what the media should be presiding. We should be the newsmakers. Now the media houses are the ones making news. Now that's the opposite situation in the country, which I believe is important for us to have a relook over. Let's be objective and understand that the country is more important than our businesses. We shouldn't just publish things so that we can sell. Selling newspaper by destroying the country is not the way to build your business. It's not the way to have a future. And so I believe we are set whichever direction the BBI ruling goes, we are good to go. Azimio la Umoja liko mile mbele mingi sana. No cause for alarm. Thank you very much. See you later.
Who is next? It's me, eh? Okay.
Jex, proceed.
You know it is you. Continue.
No, I just need to confirm. I've had to Azimio la Umoja, and I just need to be sure to pamoja. Okay, wow, sawa. So where do I start?
Unamalizia kwa kusema inawezekana.
Tutakuja tu hapo.
Inawezekana. Na hakuna anayeweza kupinga.
You have a way of editing. Yesterday you edited the Bible, today you have edited a slogan. Now there is this heading today, which way Kenya after BBI ruling tomorrow. Now we're just barely a few hours to to a ruling that honestly I really think, and I pity us all. In a country where drought is ravaging, in a country where police brutality, I was just listening right now to some statistics that in the last couple of months, we have lost close to over 100 people due to police brutality. Just today, no, I think last week, we saw the burial of two brothers. And the best you can do at night like today is to wait for a verdict on something, even if it changes the constitution, the ripple effect will not be as instant. I hear kuna Azimio la Umoja. I would wish tuungane tupigane na janga la njaa, tuungane tuseme haki kwa kila Mkenya kupitia reforms za police and all. But anyway, Azimio lenyewe tutalipambanua tu hivi karibuni. Kwa sasa wacha iwezekane kwa wanaowezwa nayo. Tulikuwa pamoja Jubilee, sasa sijui tuko aje. So hawa wenye wameanza kuwa na Azimio, we will know soon. But really, I really don't want to preempt what will happen because I am not privy to some information like Mugambi. I don't have a crystal ball. I don't practice prophecy. But all in all, I know the judges are sound. They have prepared thoroughly. Their reasoning and arguments tomorrow will be of sound. I'm sure they will give us a ruling either way, whichever side they will choose to go to. They will cite the constitution, they will vindicate or validate, they will do all manner of things. But by the end of the day, I don't think that ruling should define us as Kenyans. We are better, greater. We still have a constitution. We are not in any lacuna or any form of constitutional crisis. So whatever happens tomorrow, it does not change the fact that we are Kenyans all the time. The other thing is that these amendments can always happen even after 2022, 2032, 2042. Kenya will be here. Maybe others won't be, but the country will be here. So it is not a do or die thing. It is not life-threatening. There are other more pertinent issues that we can handle. COVID is ravaging our nation. There are so many issues, including a huge debt that we are struggling to pay. So to me, this is not something that I would prioritize in my to-do list. Whether it comes or goes, it does not reduce the debt we have from the Chinese. Whether it comes or goes, it does not reduce the number of people who have died because of COVID. It does not bring back the money destroyed by corruption and runaway stealing and highway robbery. So whatever happens tomorrow really should not signify our performance as a nation. Our performance really should come from combined efforts from everyone to fight poverty, to fight corruption, to discourage police brutality, to fight the drought that is ravaging several counties at the moment. To me, that is more than gold can buy. And I think we have wasted too much time with this. And tomorrow I pray to God. I heard someone pray that it goes his way. My prayer would be, after all is said and done tomorrow, our leaders and whoever sits on a seat of authority will know that above BBI, they still have another mandate to serve the electorate by providing the essential services, by making sure we get the vaccines and all that we need, because by the end of the day, come tomorrow, a time like this, the verdict would have been read. But just like the sun rises from the east and sets at the west, now order will change. So all we just need to do is to change things that we are able to change. I had Itumbi being mentioned here, and I think I am in no capacity to defend him. But I think he is well able to defend himself. And if you fear him, or if you think he has not said anything because probably you feel he has lost, I always say this: I would rather celebrate after the thing has been brought, because work in secret, let the success make the noise, lest you are forced to swallow your words. So I'll not be here saying we shall win, neither will I be here saying we shall lose. All I'll say is the verdict is clear. There is no editing. It is already prepared. And tomorrow tutajua mbivu na mbichi. Whatever side goes, as Mugambi said, we are Kenyans. Let's not fight over this. And then there's this good friend of mine by the name Bernard, says that kunao sasa azimio. Now let's continue azimiering. Kizito, I'm not preaching. Let's continue azimiering. Those who are azimiering, those who are hustling, let's continue hustling. By the end of the day, as we seek a bottoms up or yote yawezekana, eventually this is our nation. Thank you, people.
Or Kenya moja. Don't forget that.
Or one Kenya. Of course, you can never have two. It's one Kenya. It's Okoa Kenya. It is Azimio la Umoja Kenya. Whatever Kenya. But by the end of the day, we are Kenyans all the time. Kizito, I greet you, and I hope my sermon has touched you. You can send me a kanempesa. Hii jua ya hii mwezi inatukimbisha.
Okay, thank you, Jex, for a good sermon, or a small sermon is called a sermonette. Thank you for the sermonette. The next person was supposed to be who? Tolos.
But you didn't give me opportunity to ask questions to the previous speaker.
No, I have not seen anybody. After preaching, people say amen. They don't ask questions.
You told me that at my time, I'll have the opportunity to ask questions.
They ask. You are free.
Okay, so I don't know if I start with Mugambi or Bernard. Bernard, you have really seriously campaigned for BBI, and how that... Okay, I really didn't want to speak of something that has all been settled in court, but you have said that corruption will end if we have BBI, given that we'll now have ministers in parliament, we'll have an expanded executive. It will not be two people controlling. Now, when we did devolution, we devolved corruption. So even if we expand the executive, are we not expanding corruption?
Yes.
Just a moment. Yes. It's a question. You don't interrupt.
I just wanted to inform you there's somebody who is mistaking you to be a wise man. It's okay.
No, it's okay.
On the comment side.
As per you, it might be a mistake. To him, it is the take. It is the take in your miss.
Complimenting you.
It is the take in your miss, eh? So
Okay. Have you
So
finished
let me
your
finish
question?
my
I answer.
question. Let me finish my question before the moderator decided to play comedian. Now, the question is, how does an expanded all forms, executive, bloated parliament, and all, how does it reduce corruption as per you with your beautiful, intelligent mind? Tell me.
Thank you so much for the compliment, and I will give you my answer. I never said corruption will be finished by an expanded executive. I only said that drawing from the previous expanded government, like the Grand government or the NAC government, we had agreed on corruption to some degree, whereby things were even whatever caught in the nick of time before they got out of hand, because there were checks and balances, and especially that the cabinet ministers, the cabinet ministers were accountable to the parliament. And if something will come up like Murungaru case with the passports Anglo-leasing, the matter was so much heated up on the floor of the House that the government took action. Comparing that with what we have had with the Jubilee government from 2013 to present, at times some of the scandals are discovered when it is too late, the money has disappeared, the people have been paid, the people who are paid are no longer can be caught, things like that. So I am saying that with an expanded government, there is better checks and balances, whereby people are afraid that, for example, in the Grand Coalition, we had now the ODM side, and then there is the PNU side, and everybody was checking. If I steal, the other people will see, and if they steal, with the other one will see. So that had a way of kind of try to control the degree upon
Okay.
which corruption was.
Thank you. Thank you.
undertaken.
Now, I loved,
Not
just one
saying
moment.
I
Just
am
one
not
moment.
saying that with an expanded government we will eliminate corruption. No, there will
Okay,
be
good.
a control over the same, and that works better for the country, for the
Okay.
common wananchi.
Okay. Now, with all you have said, it now begs this question. Then, if that would help, why do we need the EACC? Why do we need all these other organs while we ought to have had it in the first place? Actually, whatever you're proposing was exactly what we had in the old constitution. MPs were ministers then. We had an opposition. We had a leader of the opposition. But, as you have rightfully said, there was still runaway corruption. Now, how is that being cured? Because that is not what you have answered. How is that being cured? By reintroducing what used to be there.
I will answer you with another good question. Okay, we have a new constitution. The new constitution is against crime. Why do we still have police stations? Why do we still have courts? Why do we still have all this manner of institutions? Since we have a new constitution, why can't the constitution just take care of the crimes in our midst? There is a reason why there is anti-corruption commission, because corruption is not just in the government, it's everywhere. And then those institutions are also limited in how much they can intervene. I'm talking about preventing of corruption from taking place. The
So if they are limited, why don't we increase their capacity?
We increase their capacity by what? Putting them, assigning an officer in every office? So instead of expanding the executive, you want us to expand the corruption so that
let's now imagine you're expanding the
officer in every parliament. Hey,
it's okay. Now let's dive to the pool you have created. Let's not equip our institution. Let's expand the executive. Let's imagine tomorrow goes.
It is not less. It is not for. Don't do this so that you do this. We are talking about checks and balances. Checks and balances.
Very good. Correct.
And corruption is supposed to act when a crime has been done, when there is an accusation. But when
So
we are
according to
both
you,
working in an open space in an office, things have a way of being controlled from disappearing. Than when
so
somebody's locked in the office alone and is meeting people alone, they are striking deals alone. That's why we have open space offices in most of the public offices. It's to be able to check on each other. Now that has nothing to do with doing the work of anti-corruption or doing away with the anti-corruption commission. No, it's just having a way of operation that is healthy for the entire country and safeguarding the pool of money that is supposed to develop the country, other than it disappearing in the pockets of a few greedy individuals.
So according to you, we should increase the pockets of many greedy individuals. That would help.
I did not say that. You are the one saying it. I am simply saying that if we have 5 people in the executive, they will have 5 heads, and 5 heads are better than 2. The Bible says 2 are better than 1, for they have a good reward for their labor. If 2 are better, then 5 will be much better.
Yes.
I'm here.
Today I really didn't want to talk so much, but don't confuse corruption with expanded executive.
No. The problem is you have not listened to what Bernard said. I asked Bernard from what he said, so I have not confused anything.
Yes, just let me assist Bernard. Let me come in for Bernard then.
Yeah? Assist him with verified of what he has said and what I've said. Don't add what he
Number
said.
one, because now you are arguing on 2 issues: the expanded executive and the corruption. So for the expanded executive, we want to one, to reduce the tension in the country, because when 2 tribes are at the top, it goes without saying the rest of the tribes, they feel so much excluded from the government. I'll give you an example today. By bad luck, Ruto becomes the president 2022. The rest of the tribes, they'll see that this now thing is a seesaw from 2 tribes, and the center of power will be upon the deputy and the president. However, when we expand the executive, regardless of who takes the office, at least now we have 5 communities included in the executive, which means even other communities can also be included in other appointed posts. Number 2, on matters corruption, I think our constitution is so clear in chapter 6 on the leadership and integrity. However, it is never followed. BBI was the only thing that BBI has addressed on the corruption. It is a timeline in which the case of a corruption should be taken, investigated, and examined. Those are the 2 things that I think we should not confuse.
So okay, you have even gone to deeper waters. Let me ask you. If, for example, let's take the case of KEMSA, which has really taken long. If it was to go to court today, and a judge is presented with the evidences that have been collected, what makes it not to be determined in the shortest time possible? Given that some of the investigations which are done are shoddy, in fact, some cases are even thrown out of court because of not proper investigation and all. So timeline really does not affect the court. It affects from the time the case began, from the collection of evidence, from this process. Whatever you're trying to say does not just affect the cases, it affects so many other departments, including the police. So tell me, some of these institutions are so independent. So how would BBI address that?
Thank you. Let me just say this. If you have ever followed a court proceedings, they rely so much on mention than the hearing and the termination. A mention can go on for 5 years before it go to the hearing of the case and the termination. And in between, these corrupt individuals, they have a timeline to poke holes or to manipulate the process. So when the time is short, for the examination, the investigating officer will do his work. The person charged will not have enough time to go and manipulate the process. So our aim of shortening the time is to reduce the possibilities of manipulating the process. Not a matter of either this case is shoddy or not shoddy.
So according to you, Mugambi, from what I am understanding, you want to tell us tonight is that the longer a case, the more. No, just one moment, so that I understand you properly. The issue of time, and acquitting justice. One, of course, it goes without saying, justice delayed is justice denied. But justice hurriedly given, with no proper investigation, with no proper process, with no proper due course, will it be justice? Given that some of these cases we are saying of corruption, there is even evidences or proof that needs to be looked for from even outside countries and all. But in order for all the evidences to be provided, it is a teamwork, right? It is not the judge who is delaying at times. It is probably an officer who alifanya shortcut, probably a DCI or an inspector or a CID who did not do a proper job. Eventually, it causes the delay. So, by the end of the day, don't you think the problem is not really putting it in the constitution? The problem is pushing these people to do the right thing as expected from them, because that's saying timeline being 1 year and then to malize it too simple because tumepewa time ya 1 year, then we deny people justice.
So how do you expect them to be pushed if there is no law requiring them to be pushed?
So let me ask you, Bernard, what stops them now?
That's why I'm telling you there must be a law framework that makes them to be pushed. If you begin to push them outside the law, it's called interference. You will be named as an interested party. You are trying to manipulate the process. So let there be a law that governs that, so that when you are taken on a case, you know you have 12 months for this case to be concluded. Move heavy, move fast, make sure that in 2 years the money is recovered, the case is determined.
Correct, and I uphold that. I don't know if you're understanding what I'm asking. The question is this: what prevents it now? Given that we have judges, not that the law will create new judges, not that the law will create new DCI, it will, and not that we have shortage of law, we have enough laws. What will this timeline cost in terms of? We have over 8,000 cases pending.
The current law does not provide timelines. That is where we are seeing a weakness in prosecuting the corruption cases. Now they go on and on and on forever. One case is determined in 30 years. In fact, the judge who had the first case dies in the seat. Another one comes and begins the case afresh, until the money that was lost has been eaten, all of it. By the time you're determining the case, there is nothing to recover. And that is a systematic way of defeating justice by buying time. So when there is timeline, then everybody knows you must deliver within the timelines. What if we say somebody can go to class 8, but he will sit for the KCP exam when he feels like? So if the year for the exam arrives and is not ready, he can always postpone and sit for it another year. How many will sit for exam?
The only question would be, that law, has it been written in another country's constitution?
That law?
Yeah, that law of timeline. Yes.
And I don't have any reference to what's the same, but that does not in any way make it a bad law.
I've not said it's a bad law. I've asked you. Has it been written?
I think there is. We have countries that are very intolerant as far as corruption is concerned. In fact, you are hungry during day.
Correct. But is there a timeline?
A timeline?
Let me try to see if I'll get.
The minister who shot himself in a particular country, was it India or wherever?
Yeah.
Yes. So there is a reason you shoot yourself, because
me I think,
when they
as
come
for
to shoot
me,
you,
I think,
yes,
no one should be investigated while they're in office. For me, as in, if you are mentioned, just like
this
the
is
Grand
Kenya, my
Coalition,
brother.
you
This is
remember
Kenya, my
the Grand
brother.
Coalition? The
Even
Grand
when you're
Coalition,
out
you
of
told us,
office,
wait, kidogo
even if
tu,
you're out of office, you can
I'm
still
supporting
work.
you don't want to listen. You remember Grand Coalition, the good thing about it that made it so good, when Akina Charity Ngilu and Ruto were being asked to step down, it was not because they praised their leader so much. No, it's because they were mentioned. And I think if we can make it a rule that you should not be investigated while in office, right? You should be investigated outside. Because most of these people, as long as they're in power, for example, they use their power to intimidate, blackmail witnesses, kill witnesses, hide evidence, and eventually, even if there's a timeline, of 2 weeks, they will have known what to do with that time. So I don't think timeline really is the issue. I think some nations have taken it upon themselves that if there is an allegation against you pending, step aside, thorough investigation. You can only come back to office when your name has been cleared. But the problem is, even if you give me a timeline of 2 years that this case needs to be ruled and heard, I have 2 years to bury the evidence, 2 years to assassinate witnesses, 2 years to tamper with the process. So the issue is not the timeline, my friend. I think to me, the issue is we are not as determined to really prosecute these people, because tangu tuwaisikia corruption, name at least 5 cases that have gone to a verdict, to the level of us having people jailed. We are the problem, and we know the problem. Our politicians know how to survive with the problem. They know when to steal, how to hide, where to hide, and when they are caught, they know how to kujitoa kwa ngori. So timeline really wouldn't solve.
Jakes, there is also a way of, if everything is left there, where when you get mentioned, you step aside, that can also be abused. Because I may not like you politically, I go frame up things and I have you mentioned, and then you have to step aside, and then it
But
will take you 2 years to clear yourself.
the courts will
By that
vindicate
time,
you.
a new government will be coming.
Yeah,
So-
it's okay, but the courts will vindicate you, Ama.
The courts will vindicate you, but your office will be vacant. I mean, by the time you come back to the office, it will be over.
You'll be stronger. You'll be stronger. You remember Charity Ngilu, what she said? She said she has no problem leaving, but she knows she'll be back because she felt she had clean pair of hands. So if you know your name is okay, I don't think you should be a worried man.
No, I'm not advocating for that. What I'm advocating is Kenya society being what it is, we can easily use that as in fact, one of the reasons why the politicians resist that mostly is because there are people who will use that politically to finish each other for personal vendetta and all manner of revenge. But all in all, we have a country to defend, and corruption is our number one enemy.
It is a sin, a crime. We should resist it, actually. I wish not to say anything else.
As far as the war graft is concerned, as long as we make corruption rewarding, there is no way it will end. But when we make corruption painful, corruption to pay heavily, that to make it very costly, everybody will keep off. So let us not pamper the law around corruption. Let's make it tougher so that if somebody chooses to go into corruption, he knows that if he runs away for the 39 days is okay. But the 40th day, he will pay through his nose. When the law becomes tougher on that, corruption will no longer be rewarding and nobody will want to be party to it.
The other thing, maybe, sorry, I'm talking too much. let me ask. Neighbor 1 million. Let me just use small figures. I steal 100 bob. Then a judge fines me 1 shilling. Then case in a process, eventually I pay 5 bob. So I end up making 95 shillings from the 100. So it is only a loss of 5 bob. So I think we should create siri at a bond, iwe hata tukichanga tuwezi fikia. Yes, you are entitled to bond. If you made 1 million, it should be multiplied by 10. If it's 100 million.
Like the ruling that was given to this MP is called who? They were
Waluke.
Hungu and the other one.
Waluke.
Yeah, Waluke.
Yes. Yes,
Yeah,
when
that
we
was a
begin to
good
have
one.
those kind of rulings, then we are doing the right thing. If you
Yes.
stole 100 million, you pay back times 4. Like that,
Yes.
everybody will be holy and pure. Work
Because
and get
some
paid
of these
for it.
bonds don't make sense. Mtu ameiba 100 million anaitisha bond ya 200,000.
Yes. It's not
It is,
let it be consummate to what was lost and what
and
you're
then
being mentioned for.
and then someone steals a chicken anaitisha bond ya 500,000.
Kuku tu kakuku kali tunachinja tu ka shilingi 700.
Kakuku tu bwana.
Atulipe 500,000.
Yeah, that is your bond. Yes.
God help Kenya. Now,
There's
move on.
kidogo tu kuna hii joke yenye nilichekesha leo. There's this guy who was caught Uhuru Park sleeping with a lady and then today he was fined 1,500. So someone was asking, that is equivalent to the lodging he avoided to go to.
At least they were balanced.
It was equivalent to the lodging.
they would have taken. Oh, God.
I loved that joke.
This is Kenya.
Ruben, go ahead.
Okay, thank you guys. I think the topic is good and we are enjoying. And today I've had good people like Mugabe, Bernard. They are very good. They are very well psychologically prepared. And I was just begging them to do this. Even August 9, they should start early. Preaching this good gospel. Preaching this.
Bernard, hata Mike imekataa.
What do you mean you are psychologically prepared?
You are ready. You look ready. You look prepared.
Ruben.
Yes.
Ruben.
Yes.
Yes. Maturity and wisdom comes with age. So, and experience also comes with age, and you can never buy it. So when you hear us talking that way, know that we have attained those 3 things: maturity, age, and experience. Thank you.
Okay. But I was taking this as a scenario where if this BBI go through and the proponent win with the 95% or 80%, I'm sure that can be used politically. And in this scenario, the scenario of BBI, it is pure politics. And I'll assure you, the verdict of tomorrow will have some implication in politics of 2022. Someone will run with a say like they have tried or is run with this one for 4 years, mewashinda, mbona hata hii hatutawashinda. And if the other win, they will use that politically. So this one, we should not exempt it from politics.
And it
Ruben.
would be, yes.
According to you, is BBI wrong, bad or good?
I'm
According to
coming
you.
there, please. I'm coming there. Bana, Mugabe, I'm very sure BBI, the person who came up with the idea of BBI was very good. But BBI itself, those who wrote BBI, it's like, I'll give a scenario. One day I bought a cake at Gedorai. I was celebrating my my birthday.
Wewe umeleta vitu za Githurai.
Ile kitu bonoko.
Let me tell the story. And what happened?
What happened? Ilikuwa mwehoko ama ilikuwa wapi? Someone is asking.
When I was cutting to celebrate, yenye juu kulikuwa asali kala mzuri, lakini ndani ilikuwa ugali. Surely. And that is the scenario of BBI. That is the scenario of
So, bro, sasa ulinunua sukuma ama what happened?
Brown ama ile ya white.
Alafu walinunua sukuma ama aliendelea na birthday aje?
Listen,
and the other thing, the problem of BBI is the process, is the way which it was used. It was used politically. It is like you are doing an exam and you are a bright student, but you use wrong way, you use wrong method, you submit in wrong way, you end up disqualified. BBI was a good idea, but those who crafted come up with some hidden agenda, and even
Ruben,
yes,
just whatever you are saying, put clauses that you think we are banned. Don't cover the same blanket. See, this clause is banned. This clause is good. We don't want to cover the same blanket because tomorrow is a day that we need all of us to get psychologically prepared.
Yes, and if you look like the clause of, in fact, I have read the whole BPI, and I have got no answer. What is it advocating about coming together? Do you know?
Which clause?
Okay, let's say presidency. The kind of president we are going to get from BPI is a very powerful, more times than this. Remember, the president has given power to dismiss his deputy. Remember the power.
Make me understand this before you go on. You want to tell us the president after BBI is powerful than Uhuru?
Yeah. Yes.
You want to tell us we
yes.
prime minister and the expand executive?
Yes. Yes.
Support the arguments.
Remember, to be a prime minister.
Kidogo tu, don't repeat that point. Umesema at the president can fire the deputy. BBI, sorry, I don't support it, but hiyo haikuwa.
Okay, remember, for you to be a prime minister, you must go back to the people, vie as an MP, come to parliament, be nominated to be, and the president can fire you if you are a prime minister, and you can be fired by president. Secondly, at this BBI, president has a hand of ombudsman to the judiciary, and the president will appoint ombudsman to represent.
Do you understand the functions of ombudsman?
Yes.
Tell us what are they?
Oh yeah, Mugambi kidogo tu, allow him to finish. Yeah. Though the president also still has a hand in this constitution, he still has a hand through the AG. So maybe I agree with Mugambi, but I also pity you. They should allow you to finish. Then we reserve questions at the end, as Bernard is jotting them down for you. But if the president wanted to have a hand in it, he has the AG.
Okay.
But maybe you can now answer what would be the role of the ombudsman, of which it is there. The difference was there is an office of the ombudsman currently served by Muilu, if I'm not wrong.
Okay.
Florence Kajuju.
The ombudsman of this BBI will be more powerful and will give more hands to president to intimidate judges to make favor of what he wants. If you read correctly that BBI. So I never see that sense of making those things to intimidate judges. And if you look at the current kind of ruling, I'm sure if the president right now had that ombudsman, unaambiwa wewe kama ni judge, you have to do this according venye serikali inataka, and if you don't, there is some consequence. And that one was the aim of ombudsman. So all those shenanigans of BBI, I never see, because if you look like the issue of 70 constituencies, those constitutions had no basis how they were formed or how they will be formed. So many nominations which will bring so many aborted, I think aborted parliament, and there is no aware established criteria how those nominations will be done. You will see people like Kina Mugabe will be nominated there because they were there during the campaign and so on. Which kind of Kenya are we building using that something called BBI? It was a pure waste of time and a waste of people's resources or taxpayers' money. And let's not just take it lightly that it will not have implication from tomorrow. And I'm sure whatever way it's go, remember we on our side, we don't care about time, but we'll make sure that thing will not work. Thank you.
Mi najua zile maswali Bernard ameandika zimejaa full caps 3. Mugambi ako na PDF. So allow me to leave you with these two able gentlemen to seriously grill you. Bernard, take it home.
Jix, I understand.
Or Mugambi, whoever any.
No, listen, I understand Ruben. From what he has said, I can't grill him because he lacks the hardcore content in the BBI. Okay. So I have no question for him.
Okay, sawa. I thought ungemgrill but ni sawa. But anyway, kuna tukweli kidogo umesema Ruben, mimi si supporter wa BBI, lakini pia kuna tuongo tuzuri tumejitokeza lakini I know mimi I really love facts and I really love correct version, but anyway it is you and how you interpret it. Hatuwezi kukuforce uinterpret na njia ingine. So here is Bernard is through with the call. I saw him writing akapindua full caps kama mara 3, so I'm sure it will take some time. Go ahead.
Bwana Ruben, wewe ni kijana mzuri sana na tunaona wewe unaweza kuwa mwanasiasa mzuri na tunaona ukiendelea hivi your future is bright in politics. But unapaswa kutofautisha kati ya masuala ya binafsi na masuala ya nchi. Tena kuheshimu wazee. Ukianza kupuuza mambo ambayo imekuwa determined na wazee na unajichukulia hivi hivi, ni wewe ambaye unajiharibia, kwa sababu utakosa ile hekima unayohitaji kuishi maisha ambayo inapaswa kuishi. Wewe kama mzee wa boma hauwezi kubalance kila kitu kwa boma wakati unatumia tu njia moja ya kuona, mpaka uone mambo from different dimension. And that is why the BBI came into being. Now, if you call BBI as an evil inside hidden into something nice, I think you are overshooting. Overshooting means you are kind of high on something that you've been told to come and say. This is my question to you. I'm sure you are here in 2017. 2017, in the election, you voted thrice, isn't it? For the president we are complaining about. So it's confirmed. Good. If you are Uhuru Kenyatta and the repeat election has taken place, only 2 regions have voted, and you're having legitimacy problem in assuming your office. You're valid legally, yes. The court has cleared you. Everything is fine. But you are not accepted as the king of the country. You are taken as a king of one particular region. What would you do?
Let me, how many candidates were there in the ballot during election?
Spoken for presidents. There were more. There were more than, were
There were
they
more.
8 or 10?
Who was refusing?
Who was
Okay.
refusing what?
Okay. The only problem was the normal man who for a period we have adopted his decision or whatever, but Kenya being a democratic country and being a country that is governed with a constitution, it was better for president to follow the constitution and to govern as per constitution. Even in America, Biden got around 70, a difference of 5 million. That means Trump had even 70 plus votes. Biden have 70 plus votes. Both were leaders. But according to the constitution, according to the democratic, Biden never called Trump for any negotiation because it's a matter of democracy.
Do you understand how the Americans are presidential and voting goes? Do you understand?
No.
Before you put it.
Even before we go there, Ruben, I asked you a very straightforward question. The scenario of Kenya. And if you are here 2017 with a view of what was going on in the country, remember there is repeat elections. So we are not talking about the August 8th elections where everybody participated. We are talking about the majority of the Kenyans did not vote because they were called upon not to vote. So we are talking of, you are a president, yes, legally you've been sworn in by the constitution, but the people that voted for you are only from one section of the country, and the other section of the country did not participate into the election. Yet you're supposed to be the president of the entire country. What happens?
Okay, let me answer you. And according to what the president did, if I was the president, I could recognize all the leaders, brought them to the table, give them work, let them feel free in the government, let them feel fully involved in the government, and then keep away all the politics regarding 2022. And when the time comes, I give a free and fair field without favoring any side or without favoring any side for election competition if it was a must to use that way. But if you see the route Uhuru took from the first day, it is so far manifesting itself. He took a political route to bring issues to eliminate his deputy, side with Raila, and also remember even the deputy have stronghold. Also, it was another division of a country. So, according to the route Uhuru took, it was not about uniting. It was dividing, but in his favor, which we will have interest in. Yes, I could do that.
Hey, I
Ruben,
don't think I will
you
continue
are
with that
so.
line of questioning because you are not giving me the answers
I
that
think
you are
Ben,
avoiding to respond
Ben.
to the situation by you defending the DP. If I'm the deputy president, the decision of my president is my decision. I believe that is what I know. If I'm the deputy to my bishop, whatever my bishop decides as far as church is concerned, I must stand by my bishop on the same. I will not say that they shook the hand with bishop. They should also come and shake my hand with me so that I agree with bishop. That makes me unfit to be my assistant, to be an assistant to my bishop. That's just the church
Ben,
setting. So what makes the deputy president a so special person that after the president has gone this direction, the DP also has to be consulted and be followed and also be given the handshake so that he feels part of the president's decision.
I have not said about the DP to be in. I said if I was the president, I would have brought all the leaders in the table, not a DP to be consulted. And also remember, the first thing what happened immediately after handshake, Mano SP, so the president spokesperson, and followed deputy president in Twitter as a sign. And in that was first sign. And whatever we
Thank
saw
you,
from
Ruben. Please, Mugambi.
Ruben, Ruben, I think you are so naive. You are so good, but you don't have, your mind is not open to learn, and you are so much, your mind is so much enclosed on the nitty gritty of these things. Besides the hardship, there was the big elephant in the room. Businesses were being closed. Investors were running away. The president, you are the CEO. The court has has made your election to be invalid. The court's decision has not been implemented. Your run-up in the previous elections has stood by the court's decision to have that radical change in whatever system that you wanted. Nothing has been done. You have run as a president in the office alone. The people whom you thought you had defeated, they have refused to be with you. The economy is going down. As a president, there's a bigger picture and the small picture of what you are talking about, the Twitter and the Facebook. The bigger picture is let us have peace in the country. Let us use whichever method possible to make sure that Kenyans are not suffering. I've said one thing, Ruben, and listen to me if you want to learn. Experience, knowledge, and wisdom comes with time. But all those will come to you if at all you need to learn and to listen. Second thing, get your facts right. Don't jump from here to here and bring the nitty gritty of the bigger picture in such a serious discussion. I know you are ready to learn, but learn to listen, learn to read, and engage your competitors, engage your people you perceive to be your enemies to siphon the wisdom and the knowledge from them. I know you are so ambitious. I think you voted first time in 2017. But experience, knowledge, and wisdom comes with time. Just be an open book and learn. Because I said I will not engage you, if I was to engage you, it is to educate you. And I always educate the person who is ready to listen. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mugambi. I think for the sake of the people who have not spoken, there is Nats and there is Tolos. Can we hear from Nats, please? Nats 254.
Okay. All of you are getting me.
Yes, we can hear you. Go
Now,
ahead.
today's topic I can see is all about BBI ruling. What I can say about BBI is that it's like the strength of BBI lost its nini when the Court of Appeal, the High Court ruled against it being passed. Yeah. But now all eyes are on tomorrow's ruling. So I won't want to make more comments about BBI, but make more of it tomorrow because it's not even no one knows. Like I always say we can't even imagine how it will go tomorrow. It may go in favor of Raila and the team, or it may go in favor of Ruto and the team. All in all, I just think we wait for BBI ruling tomorrow. The second point is, uh, even if in any case BBI is upheld, meaning that another scenario will be there. How will we approach a referendum, yet we are only less than a year to the general election? That's my question to Mugambi, I think so. How will you approach a referendum, yet we have only less than a year to general election? Number two, you know very well that there are slots under BBI, the prime minister and the deputy prime ministers. We are all sure that there's a meeting in Coast, the Uru and the people in Coast. They're all aiming for BBI to be passed because if you look at Kalonzo, you look at Mudavadi, you look at Wetangula, all of them are not sure if they'll wait and see if Raila will accept not to go for presidency and Kalonzo or Mudavadi be allowed to run. We all know that ground Uku, the most favorable candidate there is Raila. So will BBI shape everything in this Oka and Jubilee and ODM deal? Thank you.
Hey, thank you, Nats. Is Tolos still there? Ama ameng'atuka? Mugambi, you can respond.
I think you have asked me about the referendum and the elections. Eh?
Yeah.
If you saw what the IBC tendered for in their forthcoming events, they tendered for the referendum materials, meaning for a referendum is just a one ballot. If all goes well, in a span of 2 months, we can have the referendum because it is just a one ballot, not 6. Take, for example, if tomorrow the thing favors the BBI proponents, and then there's no Supreme Court case. From the way things are always prepared, by December, we can have the referendum comfortably. And IBC still can be running its own calendar because these things can be run concurrently. Not that one is stopping for the other to continue. Thank you. Ben, I think there was another question. The Prime Minister and the rest, and the meeting on the coast.
Okay. If I could say something about that. Governments are formed even prior to winning an election. There are pacts that can be arranged. Now, if I would say something about the meeting at the coast, which I'm not privy to what exactly happened, just speculating, is that there is a pact whereby the BBI, if the BBI fails to go through now, the BBI will be introduced as soon as the new government comes in. And if that new government will be led by one Raila Odinga, then he will accommodate his people who will support him in terms of entrusting them with those particular positions. And then there is only one section of the BBI that requires a referendum. It's not everything in the BBI that requires a referendum. And that means that there is a way they can engage even the current parliament to make those adjustments and be able to marshal enough numbers to cause the changes on the constitution and accommodate the prime minister, deputy, maybe the two deputies for the president through parliament. So that we avoid the referendum path, but still end up with the provision of the BBI, and the things that require referendum can now either be added to the they separate the two, then they can be added either to the ballot of the 2022 elections, or later on there will be a way of going about it. Like for example, if it is demanded by law that if there will be the creation of new constituents, it has to be 1 year before the elections. So if that becomes a condition and we really have to have the election in 2022, then we can do away with that, then review the constitution boundaries in after 2022, then that will be factored in 2027 with the numerous constituents.
Bernard.
Yes.
Today before the Homa Bay meeting, I had an opportunity to listen to some of the comments that Raila made on a local station today. He was having a conversation, and one of the things he said that whether BBI has been passed by the court or imekataliwa, right now his focus is on taking the presidency seat, which is in 2022. Then later, he'll come back with the BBI thing. So people are just asking, like, later, tuseme 2023, will he now also have the prime minister slot to be vied for, things will now be different?
The prime minister's slot is not to be campaigned for. The prime minister's slot is supposed to be given to the leader of the majority in parliament, the party leader of the majority in parliament. So it's not a matter of mass decision like the president's. It's a matter of how after we go through the elections, the person who gets the majority of the parliamentarians is entitled to appointing who becomes the prime minister, and he has to be the party leader of that particular coalition or that particular political party. And so that's not subject to voting. But how that can come into play is that if the BBI is resurrected in 2023 and then it passes through, that means it will be enacted by the same year. As soon as the law is signed, ascended to by the president, it becomes law, and that means those are vacancies that need to be filled. Then it doesn't have to wait for 2027. It can just be like, for example, you remember in 2007, the Grand Coalition government, the slot for prime minister was not there. The parliamentarians did an acceleration to the amendment of the law, where the first reading, the second reading, and the third reading took place with a difference of hours. And then by evening, we had a law for an office of prime minister, and the prime minister was sworn in the following day to assume that office. So after the office is created and the framework of the law is put, we fill the vacancy. So Kina Mudavadi, the other guys can support Raila to gain from those kind of seats. But if they refuse to support Raila, Raila has a different, has options. I remember, when Uhuru was the leader of opposition, he said Kanu has options. Raila has options.
Now, Bernard, from that option part of it, yeah. Now it's like right now we have OKA, ODM, which is planning to unite with Jubilee for the 2022 slot, and the UDA, meaning we have three major leagues that are going for the 2022 candidacy. Now, do you believe that in Kenyan politics, when a person wants to become a president, he must form a coalition with other parties for him to win the presidency. Because UDA imeamua, I'm going on this thing alone. Right now, ODM, I can see Raila is doing it alone. The two people haven't told us who is the DP. Unlike the Oka team, they have a group, Mdavadi, Kalonzo, and Wetangula, and Gideon Moi. We all know that one person will be the deputy president, the other person will be the president. Yet we still don't know. But now the problem lies with the UDA and ODM. Who is Ruto going to choose as his deputy? Who is Raila going to choose as his deputy? That's one. Wait a minute, Bernard.
Okay.
Number two, remember the votes we are all eyeing, the UDA and ODM party. They're eyeing the Mount Kenya votes. That's the major game plan for these two parties. Now, if what happens if ODM chooses a deputy from Mount Kenya, UDA also chooses a deputy from Mount Kenya? Do you think that's another game plan, or it will form a different outcome? It will have a different outcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, the ODM, to the best of my knowledge, they are in serious negotiations with Jubilee and other parties, whereby they want to form a strong coalition that encompasses almost everybody. And so the choice of the DP from the ODM wing, it will be determined by the kind of pact they sign with Jubilee. And if they pick a deputy from the mountain or from Mount Kenya, it is part of the game plan. It's part of the game plan. And remember, their committees already said to go through on what is the demands of the mountain if they are going to support whatever candidate they wish to support. And so the committee is sitting and collecting views on the same, and thereafter they are going to now submit that to the prospective candidates that they think are strong enough and they are able to win the election. And so we are yet to know what is the mountain demanding. We are yet to know whether they will want the DP slot, of which I am sure they will want. And when they demand that and they are given, it has its own complication in the current scenario. And that's why BBI would have been of great use to all the candidates, including UDA, because they will have a lot of slots to give out and it will be very easy to form a coalition. But if you only have 2 seats and you're now trying to seduce these other people to support you, it becomes very difficult. But choosing somebody from the mountain, it is a plus. It's a plus because right now we are looking on how to split the mountain vote, okay? The mountain vote. As much as they're used to vote as a block, this time they're going to vote differently. And so whoever has a deputy from the mountain may end up getting some of the votes from the mountain. And too bad for Ruto, he has to get everything from the mountain if he has to become president. Unlike Raila, if he gets only a fraction, like 20%, 30%, he's good to go if he retains the rest of the other blocks. And for the other blocks, Kinaoka, especially with Kalonzo, Wetangula, and Mudavadi, as much as they are digging wherever they are playing hard to get, they don't have much in terms of, if they refuse to join Raila, they have people on their neck who wants to take their slot. And so it will be very easy for Mudavadi to be replaced by Oparanya in the Western Bloc. And Oparanya will deliver better than even Mudavadi being a principal into a coalition with Raila Odinga. Then, of course, Wetangula's party is split into 2. He's not even the bona fide leader as we speak right now. And so he's already cooked. So he has a lot to lose by playing hard than him collaborating. At least if he collaborated right now, we'll have a way of covering him up. But the more he delays and beginning to play that he will take his votes elsewhere, he doesn't have votes to take anywhere. The same goes for Kalonzo. If Kalonzo is, it is very easy to replace Kalonzo because the three governors, the strong governors in his backyard, are playing ball as far as Jubilee ODM is concerned. So if Kalonzo refuses to support Raila, we'll take Mutua, take Buana, take Ngilu, and that is as good. It will deliver more votes than Kalonzo. So if Kalonzo and Weta and Mudavadi goes to join Ruto, which that's the only option they have if they refuse this other package, they may give us a run for the money. But delivering the votes...
Bernard.
Yes.
Bernard, they can't. Let me tell you something. You know, Kenyan politics is funny. Look at ODM, the former NASA coalition. Let's remove ODM from the equation and talk about ANC, Wiper, and Ford Kenya. And you look at the parliamentary seat, you look at the gubernatorial seat, you look at the senator, you realize that ODM was the major player in that coalition. Now, Ruto, as I know Ruto wouldn't want to be supported to have a coalition with people where even the home constituency, Siako, near ODM. Ruto wouldn't want to have that player in his part. Yeah. So the Oka team has no. I think that to my ability and knowledge, I think the Oka team has no option but to support Raila again. Because look at Kalonzo. Kalonzo, you look at the senator and you look at the governor, even you look at the members of parliament he has in the National Assembly. At UDA is much better, a new formed team. You look at the recent by-election, you hear the name UDA. UDA is almost winning everything. You go to Musalia Mudavadi, Matungu the other day, chaos. Malala had to go with money, his own money to. I don't know what the money was doing in that by-election, but I'm happy the money was stolen because you can't go with that money to a by-election and where you in your own constituency. What are you going? It's like in Raila is in Siaya, and by-election is being done in Siaya, or Ruto is in Sugoi, and by-election is being done there. And a major player in ODM or UDA carries 500,000 to go and bribe voters to vote. What are you going to do with that money there? So Ruto is looking at all these things, and the only people, if it was to happen, the only person I would love to have a coalition with is ODM, which cannot happen. Yeah. Ruto has, to my ability, Ruto cannot have a coalition with the Oka team. You look at Kanu BBI ilikuwa mata kwake Baringo. So it's just UD and ODM for now.
When it comes to Ruto and decisions,
Bernard, there is someone who wants to make a comment. Bernard.
Hold on, Tolos, you're coming next. Let me just make this point. Please mute your mic until you have opportunity to speak. I would say that as much as Mudavadi and Wetangula and Kalonzo may not have much to add to UDA, there is what they can make UDA look more stronger if they are accommodated. And that means give it a face of Kenya and then remove it from the aspect of the two tribes, okay? Because if UDA chooses somebody from Central, then it will be the same thing. They have exchanged what they have had 2013 to 2017. And it will be very easy to vanquish that if we hiken up the ODM campaign. And so when Kalonzo and Mudavadi joins the UDA, they will give it more strength and more security for other Kenyans who are still afraid of UDA because of the face it portrays of the two tribes that wants to dominate the Kenyan presidents all through. So it will be helpful, not in terms of delivering number of votes, but giving them an image.
Bernard, just a moment, Jacoredo. Let me tell Ben something. A coalition with UDA and this Oka team will mean that Ruto will forgo Mount Kenya. Do you know that? Even if it's a national image. A coalition with the UDA and the Oka members will mean that Ruto has no option but to forgo Mount Kenya. Is he ready for that?
He doesn't have to. If you know Ruto for who he is, he will not care. In fact, he will say, he will tell them, I'm rescuing you, so you should not come here with any demand. And then also Oka is not going to go anywhere together because Kanu is strongly in Jubilee. So Kanu is going nowhere as far as these dynamics are concerned. So the only problematic people I perceived problematic people is this Kalonzo and Mudavadi and Wetangula. So as far as Mo is concerned, he has already stated his support for Raila. So he's not bothered about what the games that are being played right now. So if there is anything that will may end up with the UDA, which will change the political dynamics completely, is also Ruto has a lot of question marks hanging on him. The only thing that would be very drastic and would make the chances for Raila to be now more minimal is when if Ruto says Mudavadi Tosha. Now, if that happens, then we have something to worry about. But if Mudavadi Kalonzo is joining Ruto to support Ruto, everything is the same way.
Bernard, is Mudavadi okay? Let's allow Jacoredo to speak, please.
Mimi niko na maoni tofauti kabisa, hata kama nimeingia saa 6 kamili. Sasa Ben, ukiona venye baba anacheza siasa zake hazimpendezi mheshimiwa rais. Baba alikuwa na rali moja tu, rais akaingiwa na baridi alipokuwa pwani, then he called them back because ukifuatilia hiyo speech ya baba na watu wake, it was his own making, naelewa. Yani ameanza kuchat his own path mpaka anasema result ya BBI won't affect him in any way. In fact, hawataenda Supreme Court. He is ready to take it the way it is. Then I also told you something the last time I was here. Kwamba in as much as Uhuru is Baba's friend, he doesn't want Baba's presidency. At the same time, he doesn't want William Ruto's presidency. But hati yake iko hapa kwa Mudavadi na Gideon. Na the guys au wako weak kabisa. Mudavadi hata kujijenga imekuwa ngumu na amekuwa financed, unaelewa. Gideon sasa anangojea tu apewe. In fact, hana watu lakini amejikaza kwa meeting ya kutengeza coalition, utafikiria kuna wabunge 70 na anajua tu vizuri hana watu wake ni kina Nick Salat. So I think baba amerealize kitu kwamba he can do without these people. How? Kina Mudavadi wana meet rais leo, kesho yake wanaenda Naivasha kutengeza coalition yao, then Raila pia anaenda Nakuru kujitengenezea yake, and then rais anawaita pamoja eti they have been twisted to support baba. So baba naye amerealize kitu hapo. Ile siku ni nini hawakuambiwa ya kusupport Raila ndio wakaenda kutengeza coalition, kuitwa one day after wanaambiwa sasa, wameambiwa waachane na ile coalition, they support baba. Unaelewa? Ukiona siasa zetu za ODM saizi ni zile tu za kujijenga, and there is a mistake that the president is avoiding, ile ya Ruto na baba kuwa pamoja. That one will be very difficult for the people of Mount Kenya. na people under siege. Kuna police officers alisema Kenya is under siege ama Westgate is under siege. The people that are under siege ni wenye wako kwa power saa hii, yeah? Liwe liwalo 2022 Wakikuyu watatoka kwa power, na kurudi kwao kwa power maybe ni Mungu anajua, cause watapangiwa maybe after 40 to 50 years, unaelewa? So it's either they go with Ruto, bado wataacha power, they go with Baba, bado wataacha power. So these people are under siege. Ndio maana unaona wanatangatanga, mara tukue kwa Ruto ama Raila mwenye ataenda 5 years atuachie ama nini na nini. Baba akichukua 5 years tutamsukuma baba, bado unaweza 5 zingine, na ukifanya vizuri change constitution baba mpaka uchoke.
Shindwe.
Wewe sema tu ushindwe, lakini all these plans ukiona tunaenda Nakuru ama tunaenda wapi, ni kuwapangia venye mtatoka kwa power na kurudi kwenu pia ikuwe ngumu. So in as much as the president is avoiding the coalition,
Jacoredo, don't spill the beans like that now. Come small.
It is time we tell them the truth. Because last week I was
politics seduction. It's not these open declarations.
Yeah, last week I was advising my party leader. This week I'm telling the handshake guys the truth. Uhuru haizi akamit kina Mudavadi awaruhusu waende watengeze Oka. Baba kufanya rali moja hivi wanaingiwa na baridi, anawaita. In fact, kuna mtu amesema kitu kwa gazeti leo, eti what Uhuru wants was not discussed in that meeting alikuwa nayo Coast. Sasa aka-advise baba, hiyo kitu Uhuru hakusema ndiye alikuwa anataka aseme, hizo zenye alisema hakuzimanisha. Unaelewa? Mbona ajitokeze aseme baba tosha, ama ajitokeze aende Mount Kenya na baba venye tumemfanyia Kisumu mara kama 3, tunangoja kumfanyia ya 4. Ayapeleke baba seme my candidate is this one. Mbona jifiche? Kama ni ukweli ako na power, hangeruhusu kina Mudavadi kwenda kutengeza Oka. Waseme tu, we Mudavadi, with or without BBI you have to be behind baba because we are fighting one enemy called William. Lakini historia ya kuzungusha baba mpaka baba ameamua kutoka kwenda kujitengenezea mahali si poa. Baba is also interested in power that the presidency is gonna leave come next year. Now, and he should not tense, hafai kutense kwa sababu the power is now going away. Ben, I tell you, our next president will either be Raila or William. And when all these people will be president, I tell you, for Kikuyu community to get the power back,
now Jacoredo,
it will be a dream. Power na I always imagine that situation. Ilikuwa Luanda Magere, I'm sure angechukua. But Oginga Odinga nasikia amepewa, akasema sijui sitaki ama sijui alichukua katupa.
Thank you. Let's hear a response from Nats and Temba.
Ben, let me summarize. Nats, kidogo tu. I'm summarizing. So Ben, when I finish with the issue of BBI,
yes,
BBI is a good document, but there are bad things that are hidden.
Jacoredo, summarize your summary.
Okay, my senior member. So, Ben, the BBI is a good document, but kuna ujanja iko ndani. Unaelewa? Kama BBI itapita, baba utakuwa rais, yule mwenye hana nguvu sana, kwa sababu nguvu zingine tuwapeleka kwa prime minister. Hii prime minister tuchukue tupe mtu wetu pale Mount Kenya, na hawa madeputies waende huko Western. Imagine without BBI ni president deputy. Na deputy president pia haina market. Kwa sababu ukitaka kuambia Mkikuyu utamweka deputy president, Ruto amefinywa. Na Ruto ndiye akuwe rais, alafu Mkikuyu akuwe deputy president. Obviously Ruto atafinya huyo deputy alivyofinywa. So hiyo tribe pia ifeel kitu wakale wamefeel. Sisi wakale wamefinywa, sisi tuna smiles, mlipiga kura mara 4 ama ilikuwa mara 3. So huyo deputy president mwenye anakuja, awe ni Mjaluo, awe ni kina Mugambi, lazima watafinywa na the president of the day. Finally, William anaongea saizi eti ataki coalitions, but my party leader is letting me down. Kuna vitu saizi amepatia Moses Kuria ruhusa ya kwenda kila matanga na kutu attack, na huyo ndiye alikuanga defensive midfielder wetu, unaelewa? So lazima atachukua coalitions, but angekunja makucha angoje BBI, because we want to punish 2 people here. We want to punish Mount Kenya and Baba. So Ruto si lazima kuwe rais sahi, hajafikisha 60. Aache watu wajipange, alafu aseme kwa watu wote huyu Mudavadi tosha. Mudavadi is sellable in Mount Kenya. Mudavadi kwa Western ako na kura, ukimwongezea na za Rift Valley hata Baba hawezi mshinda, unaelewa? So kuna high chances za Ruto kumfanya Mudavadi akuwe rais ndiye akuja agombee baadaye, kwa sababu hii ya sahi kama ni yeye na kina Raila, everybody will be paid to be against him na ata lose. So it's either I make somebody mature kama Mudavadi akuwe rais, yeye akingojea, so long as we punish these 2 groups, that is Baba and the people of Mount Kenya, unaelewa? But with the Mount Kenya deputy president, watu hawatakubali. It's either wakuwe prime minister, kitu important at least, lakini hii deputy president wenye wamefinyia Ruto hii hawezi kubali wafinyiwe hivyo tena. I beg to sleep.
No. Don't sleep. Now, the comments Jacoredo is making is making them like a senior learned fellow. Now, Ruto amefinywa, na kusema tu kweli, Ruto na amefinywa, and he won't want, no one ever in Kenya mwenye ameona vile Ruto amefinywa won't want the post of deputy president. But sasa the question in Kenya is that the new constitution si kama ya kitambo yenye ungechaguliwa president then later on you come and you just appoint your deputy. Right now you have to go hand in hand with your deputy. Yeah, kama ni Raila na the other person, you are being elected as a person, as a one group. Now, listening to Jacoredo's comments on the coalition part of it, I think Ruto must accept to form a coalition with either Moses Kuria's party, or because right now in Central, Jubilees are dying. That's the truth. Even the other day, you had the members saying that they're not ready for a coalition between Jubilee and ODM. Meaning the only party ni ile ya Mwangi Kiunjuri, Martha Karua, and Moses Kuria. They are the only 3 parties in Mount Kenya right now. Unlike UDA inakaa, UDA si ya uko Mugambi. I hope you are listening. Tafuteni party bwana, mkitaka kushinda hii kitu, tafuteni a major party, a major league.
Kitu gani wanataka kushinda? Bado wanataka kuwa president ama ni kitu gani unamaanisha? Au ni spectators 2022? Hakuna kitu wanatafuta.
Jacoredo, you are a prophet of doom. Endo kalale.
Mugambi, mkisema mnatafuta urais, walai mimi naama. Kwani nini mnatafuta 2022? Ninyi 2022 mtakaa kama Giriama. Tribe gani iko ndo? Acholi, Ogiek. Kaeni hivyo mfeel venye Ogiek wamekuwa wakifeel. Acheni Nilots wang'ang'anie viti.
Endelea kuongea hivi tutawacha kwa mataa.
Now, okay. Bernard. Now, you look at the coalition pact of Kenya right now. ODM, do you think ODM can go alone without any coalition, or do you think UDA can go alone without any coalition and win the presidency seat? Jacoredo.
Kama itakuwa hivyo ni ODM na UDA wakiwa alone kwa nini, UDA will carry the day. ODM is being fought from Harambee House. Na during the day ndio inapendwa. So we've seen the light. Kalonzo was just financed the other day to launch SKM. Wakakuwa finance kwenda kutengeza oka. Lakini sisi tunaitwa tukiambiwa gazeti ile ya kufunga nyama ndio siku hizi imegeukia ile ya kutuambia ukweli eti they have been told to support Raila. Kwa gazeti ya kufunga nyama tunasupportiwa. Kwa real ground tunaambiwa vitu ni too different. Tumewaonea mbali kina Mugambi. Coalition kwanza mliitisha na ODM mkachelewa. Juzi tukienda Nakuru kujilaunch mkasema hivi sasa mko tayari.
Jacoredo ni Jex. Turudi ODM mama.
Jex, hii UDA naona ikikari the day. Ruto anacheza safe. By kesho kama BBI itapita kina Mudavadi will have to cross the
Unajua mimi na wewe tu ndio watu na supporting UDA lakini we were serious members wa ODM.
Wajua Ben ametuambia hapa eti BBI ikipita kutakuwa na coalitions. Yes, eti baba anaweza kosa kuchukua Stephen Kalonzo ama Mudavadi kama running mate, atumie kina Oparanya. William Ruto pia atapata huo mwanya tu.
Kwani nikuulize hata kama mnasema mnanyang'anya watu wa Central, mtapeleka tu side moja.
Okay, order everybody.
Pamoja Jex.
Now ngojeni kwanza. Jex umeongea, Jacarendo umeongea, Mugambi umeongea, iko mtu anaitwa Tolos hajaongea. Naomba tumsikilize kwanza.
Sasa wajua nini Ben?
Ile kitu.
Watu wanafurahia eti uongozi itoke kwa Wakikuyu ikuje kwa Waluo.
Jacoredo, wacha Tolos aongee.
Let's listen to Tolos first, then we move on.
Penye Gor Mahia inawafanyia Nairobi.
Jacoredo,
stop spilling the pins.
No,
we have to tell Mugambi the truth, man.
No, you are heckling. Jacoredo, you are heckling.
Thank you Demba, for helping me. Tolos, please. Come on.
Yes, soba. Sasa ile kitu iko.
Eva Oleng.
Soba doi. Kajua.
Oleng.
Seta Oleng. Sasa.
Yeah.
Mute mic.
Jira doi.
Unaanza kunipigia kelele. Ile kitu iko. Today I've been put in a bench for a long time. I don't know why. Said because I slept yesterday. You know, I was on and then I slept. I realized in the morning that I was left in the dark. So the issue of coalitions, maybe the topic has gone and suddenly changed into coalitions. The issue of coalitions, like UDA refusing to go into coalition with anybody, or Raila trying now to build his support base. I think somebody has said that has realized that Raila needs to build himself even as he waits for whoever will join, or somebody who will join him. The way UDA is just a very young party, but it has made inroads in most of the parts in this country. And with UDA
is not new.
Hello.
Go ahead.
Now, with
Achana
UDA,
na huyo heckler. Achana huyo heckler.
You want to throw stones, and he was not in Kayole today. where stones were really needed. So when it comes to UDA trying to go it alone, for me, I think it is not about UDA going it alone. It is still not time to. it's still trying to test the waters. You know, as we speak, Moses Kuria, who's this other guy, Kiunjuri. There's another party again by this guy from
Matakarua.
No, Madakarua, yes, and the governor for Muranga,
Wairia.
Wairia still, yeah, is also having a party that is now for Mount Kenya. But if you look at if you bring those guys in front of UDA now as we speak, let us
Tolos pati ya Wairia si ni ya familia bwana, hiyo hata si ya nini.
What I'm saying is this, what I'm saying is this.
You guys attend to Rosa and the man.
Can you tell this guy to mute his mic? But you see, now when it comes to Mount Kenya, if Ruto and Moses Kuria field a candidate now anywhere in Mount Kenya, who do you think will win? Let us be frank.
Ruto.
So
Ruto.
Yes, for now, Ruto is still wielding power in central. Let us not lie. These guys they want to have like Unjuri. It's not about he wants a party to look at into issues of Mount Kenya. That guy he wants something from the next government. He wants to position himself as for appointment or something big. You see, he wants to. It's like when you go to a stage, these guys they want to assert themselves like these manambas. At ukienda stage, watu wanaenda kupanda gari. You are the one saying stop. Like, get into this car. So when people are inside, you say, you know what, give me something, bana. You know, I'm the one who and people are ready to enter into a matatu. You wonder.
They are called kamageras.
Yes, you wonder. So that is what Kiunjuri and is trying to. In fact, even if I was asked between Kiunjuri and these other guys, there are people who at the moment in the mountain can move masses. People like people like this guy from Nyeri who has issues with corruption. You know that guy is commanding a very large following. These are the guys also from Muranga, the senator from Muranga. They are commanding a very large following. So and you see now when we go to Nyanza, Raila still has the Luo vote intact.
Hiyo ni uongo.
The Luo vote. The
Gavana
percentage
Obado
is the Luo vote has a percentage.
Obado is a non-starter.
No. Ay, bana, let us not usidharau Jacob bana.
Order, everybody. Let him make the submission. Stop the
Sasa shida iko kwa Mugambi. Anaingilia vitu za tangatanga na ajui. Si concentrate kwa nchi.
Let me finish.
We Mugambi leo tunasaidiana. We Jacoredo tumekudonate.
Say something.
Tumewajua.
It becomes, you see, you need sometimes, you know, there's some guys who started talking here from 12 to 1 without being interrupted. There was just a question and answer from these two guys. And right now, when I want to take my 5 minutes, they are against me talking. Okay.
Wewe pia unakomplain dakika 4 na unaongea dakika 1.
The issue is, how did we get here? If you look at what the handshake, even if Raila was in this handshake, for me, I really don't think it was the one who initiated the handshake. The Uhuru and his people was looking at 2022. They had already seen 2022. What was they seeing? They wanted to split Ruto and Raila. The way Jacoredo had said, those guys could not agree Ruto and Raila to come together. So they started this thing very far away so that by the time we get into 2022, these two guys will be enemies, and they really they sponsored enmity using all resources, so that at the end of the day, these guys will not see themselves eye to eye. Now, at the moment, these guys again have sponsored another group called Oka. This Oka again is they are not they don't want again to rule Raila and Oka to come together. I don't know where tomorrow's ruling BBI will have. I think it will be, if it will happen, it will be a political reshuffle to show some at least favor some side, which will make a way for the needs of the architects of this division in politics. Thank you very much, and good night, guys.
Now,
you can't sleep. We must wait for questions.
let's hear from Jacoredo.
Yeah, my question goes this way. When unaongea hivyo about coalition.
Jacoredo, your voice is too low, please.
Okay. Venye unasema hivyo kuhusiana na coalitions between Raila na Ruto. Hata wao wanajua that maybe these people knows very well kwamba wakikuja pamoja, that one will be very easy to beat the other side in an election. So I think why they are sponsoring Oka ilikuwa timu ya Raila, but wametolewa wakabadilishiwa jina. It is to weakness baba, alafu presidential candidate mwenye rais anataka ako hapo kwa Oka. Sasa Raila akisha kuwa isolated, Uhuru atarudi kwa zile statements zake za hapo awali, eti hatu kuongelea 2022, baba you are a statesman, why don't you support one, why don't we come together, we support one of these guys to move Kenya forward. So baba ataona, let me support one of these guys venye rais anasema, but it will be at a cost, itakuwa mabilioni. Alafu kama baba atakasirika juu amechezwa, atatoka na aseme yule atakaye kuwa anashindana na Oka, baba atakuja aseme huyo ndio tosha. So William Ruto is playing safe. Saizi akitudanganya ataki coalitions, na hamwezi mkatuambia tuchukue coalition na Moses Kuria mwenye hana mbunge hata moja. Coalitions unajenga na mtu mwenye analeta hata mbunge moja. Mbona mnatukazia hapa eti tuunde coalition na Kuria hana mbunge? Martha Karua kulikuwa na uchaguzi kwao Kiambaa, Mount Kenya, hata hakujaribu kuweka huko candidate. Au ndio watu unataka tuwatafute tutengeze nao coalition? Wao waendelee kulala kwa kasi wanalala. Sisi tutafute coalitions, maybe tutakuta Mudavadi ana hang. Tumchukue huyo tutengeze naye coalition. Juu Mount Kenya walisema mtu wao alikuwa kwa uongozi, hawajafaidika sana. Hata hawana haja.
Jacoredo, uliza swali.
Hawana haja na udeputy president. Kama hawana haja na udeputy president, let us take Mudavadi as our deputy. Then we face this other side of the political divide.
Jacoredo, wacha propaganda.
Mtu ananiita sana mpaka na sauti.
Uliza swali, wacha kuweka propaganda. Uliza swali, Jacoredo.
Guys, just a minute. Guys, just a minute, please. Jacoredo,
okay.
Let me tell you something. You know, the way you are talking, I'm seeing ourselves going the same way whatever we did in 2013 and 2017, and that's why right now almost everyone anasema Kenya saizi tunaumia. That's the language. Hata Wakikuyu ama the people who voted 4 times wanasema all of us wanasema tunaumia. Yet someone is in his or her knowledge voted 4 times for these people. You are talking about Mudavadi. Right now, if you look at these people who are eyeing for the president's seat, we are talking about Mudavadi, Kalonzo, Raila, and Ruto. Bwana, for let's not make again the mistake we did in 2013 and 2017. Let's go for a person who at least can make Kenya be somewhere.
Acha uongo. Haiwezi kuwa tukipeleka Uhuru na Ruto as a team iko sawa, lakini saizi Ruto mwenye alikuwa naibu, tukitaka kumweka mnatuambia tukumbuke venye tumeteseka kwa hii serikali, tukumbuke venye sijui nini na nini na nini. Let us elect Ruto the way he is.
Bernard Jacored is not asking questions. We have not made submissions. Anaongea tu.
Ben, have you realized that? Have you realized that Pemba?
Hold on.
Ben, wait.
What is the
Ben, you have to
difference
protect
between,
me.
what is the difference between Jubilee and UDA? What is the difference between Ruto's leadership and Uhuru's leadership?
Sasa Ruto ako bottom up. Na Ben, kabla sija kujibu, Temba unajua ni mtu wa system. Lakini leo amenikujia sana Ben. Amejoin hii kanisa ya kina Mugambi. Ya kuficha sura.
Jacored, you are heckling.
Upatie nafasi amalize ya dini yake, wewe utaombea baadaye. Sawa?
Wajua huyo Temba anakuanga mtu wangu, lakini since aruke ile side ingine. Tutakutana naye hapa kesho BBI ikishatupwa.
Hakuna shida. BBI iende vile itakavyoenda, sisi tuko mbele tayari. We are past that. BBI itakuwa inaturudisha nyuma. Tuko azimio la umoja. Inawezekana.
Lakini nikuulizeko Ben,
Yes.
kidogo tu swali moja alafu niondoke nilale. Unajua Temba anataka kuongea. Ben.
No, Jacored, usilale. Ukae hapa.
Ben, do you see a collision between Ruto and Raila when BBI will fail to go through? Do you see a collision between Raila and Ruto when BBI will have gone through? Because why am I asking you this? When I look at the occurrences in Mombasa in the last 3 days, kuna watu wanachezwa. It's either Oka ama Team Baba. Na kama ni Oka, then why is Baba trying to go it alone by looking for other teams? Kama ni Baba anachezwa.
Mikutano inaendelea Mombasa. Hebu nikujulishe vizuri. Mikutano inaendelea Mombasa. Iko ulienda shule gani? Maranga.
Ile ni watu wenye wako na pesa.
High school ulienda ile ya Nyamira district. Now, in high school when the principal wants to make some changes that he knows the students may riot or revolt against, he does not go directly to the students. He first of all calls the head boy, then they analyze the matter. After that, then he calls the rest of the prefects. So whatever discussion that the prefects hear is what the head boy and the head teacher have, the principal have already finished. Hizi mikutano vile zinaendelea Mombasa, kuna mkutano kati ya rais na Raila kwanza. Ukishamalizika ndio hawa viranja wengine wanaitwa. So kuna kitu kinafanywa hapa ambacho akijaonekana wazi, lakini kuna kitu. Baba kwenda anavyoenda, hiyo ni desturi yake ya kutongoja na kutegemea mtu. Yeye huwa anashika
kwa history
kama unachelewa. Yes.
Kwa history ya running mate nimekupata ukiexplain.
Yes.
Baba akichukua running mate Mount Kenya venye most of the likes of Mugambi wanasemanga, Baba is not sellable. Do you think anaweza risk kupata running mate huko ndio apate kura maybe nusu milioni, ama atasema tu nichukue running mate kutoka huku nje? Hapo Mount Kenya I will depend on Uhuru's support. Na je, akichukua running mate kutoka Mount Kenya inamaanisha William will have to look elsewhere?
Baba is a team player. Baba is a team player in the sense that he knows how to craft a formula to win. And that means that even if he takes a running mate from Central, he knows how Central people vote. So Central vote is a gamble for Baba and is a gamble for Ruto. It's not guaranteed people.
But how watu wa Central wipe kwa giza?
What is going to happen is, if he takes a running mate from Central, he will have a fallback plan by securing the Western and securing the Eastern and securing the coast. and that will be in the either cabinet slots or in the other parastatal. There is the Speaker of the Senate, there is the Speaker of the National Assembly. There are still more seats to share around, and they are good, persuasive enough to get somebody to shelve their ambition and support Baba. So it is not guaranteed that if he gets a running mate from Central, he will get votes from there. And it's not even guaranteed that if he gets it elsewhere, Central may turn their nini and vote for him. It is all a gamble, but it may have better outcome. What I know is that Baba will get more votes in Central this time than he has gotten in the history of him running in parliament. I mean, in
Ben, watu walete sura juu watu waoni na wananiitaita huko nyuma ya curtain kina Themba Ben.
Hata wewe leta
Sasa
sura
uko
yako,
peke
hata wewe
yako.
leta sura yako.
Watu walete sura, screen imekuwa black, mmeniacha hapa peke yangu. Kwani mimi ndio nimekosea nini?
Hata wewe leta sura yako Jacoredo.
Bernard, wengine wetu
Na huyu Jacoredo umevaa sura ya Wekesa. Sasa hapa tunashindwa.
Hapana, Wekesa aliweka picha kwa hii platform. Nikitoa yake ya Karu Kangogo ndio inajileta. Sasa sijui inakaaje. Nikitoa hii ya Kangogo ndio inajileta.
Niko kampuni moja, tutawaelewaje?
Jacoredo, do you ever deal with Kangogo?
Now,
Kangogo alipanda crash lakini haimaanishi eti anafaa kujileta kwa profile yake.
Thank you. Now, guys.
Now, Bernard, just a moment.
Let's make progress, please. Let's make progress and we close this. We wait for the verdict tomorrow. Can we hear from Themba?
Thank you, Bernard, for this time. Jacoredo has come here today heckling. He's come here with, I don't know what he's eating, what he's up to. Jacoredo, vipi? Niko poa, bro.
Poa sana man. Unaona
hiyo picha ameka. Can't you see that photo?
Si nimetoa ya Wekesa umecomplain jameni. Hii ndio ikajiweka.
Unatustua bwana, toa hiyo. Unatustua.
So, Themba ni aje man?
Niko poa bro, sema.
So mimi kesho bana nategea hiyo BBI Themba.
Na nimesikiza propaganda nyingi kutoka kwa watu. Leo nimesikiza nyingi kutoka kwako. I'm really amused.
No, mimi sina propaganda, but I think the ruling will make or break us, you know. Lakini hamfai kuweka pressure tutengeze coalition na Kuria mwenye ana mbunge.
Okay, ngoja kwanza Jacoredo. I want to comment first on the topic of the day, and then hiyo digression umeleta, I will comment on it also. So as nataka kusupport Bernard that I really far from the expectation. Tomorrow's BBI ruling ni kama imepitwa na wakati. Yeah, most of the key political players have moved beyond it. You know, they have if it is watu akina I mean the BBI supporters, they have moved beyond it. Like Baba has come up with the initiative that he launched in Nakuru and is moving. He was in Nyanza today and he'll be in Western as the days go by. So every politician worth his salt is thinking beyond BBI right now, because there's some very key questions that they know. You know, the bottlenecks that have been placed on the road for BBI are too many. So, like someone said, there are too many ways of skinning a cat. They have now resulted into the other way. So, if you ask me, tomorrow's ruling will have legal significance, but politically, I don't think the key political players are keen on it. They have thought beyond it. So that is what I can say about the PBA ruling. Because even if it's passed, someone might still consider, especially not even the Ruto side, the civil society groups might decide to go to Supreme Court. That will be another long road. So either way, it's still whether it's a yes for the supporters, they'll still find themselves in the next level, and that is kind of like someone said. It's I think too much ambition. You're too ambitious if you think that that route will be followed. So let's see what happens. It will have legal writers, for lawyers. It will play some role because lawyers will say that I actually successfully argued this case, and it can be part of what will go into their resume. Now, on to coalitions. I think for Ruto, someone said, we keep saying that Ruto doesn't want coalitions and stuff. I think for him, he is not probably keen on getting into similar political arrangements like there have been between NASA and Jubilee. He is more keen probably on getting into arrangements with individuals. That's why he's getting individuals to bring certain elites to Karen and make the so-called interest of the people through those people, as opposed to this interest being channeled through a structured group called a political party. Because when someone comes and says they have a political party, the bargains are higher, and whether they have one MP or no MP, they come in as equals, like what you have noticed in the just concluded NASA coalition. So he's trying to avoid that route. He's trying to be smart. He's trying to have his cake and eating it. He's saying that I don't want to discuss with tribal groupings, but he's still having those tribal groupings troop to his current residents. I mean, going by the evidence of what he's posting. So there's a bit of in my view, kind of discordance with his what the direction he wants to follow. On to the other thing that we are saying, that some parties don't have members. You realize that a by-election, let's say for example Kiamba, all the MPs associated with UDA were at Kiamba. But come general election, all these MPs will be going back to try to come back. So it's hard for you to measure an MP's popularity by a by-election. Then everybody will be back. So can these people by their own, bring the same kind of clout that we are trying to see? In my view, I don't think so. Because you'll be fighting other battles in your own ground. You'll not be going to help someone else to fight their battles. So it will be different. We cannot tell that Gachagua, for instance, is popular in Central. How? Just because he was able to come with other MPs to convince someone in Kiamba, a different constituency. We'll only tell that if he's able to come back in his constituency, because he has other challenges down there. So that is what I can say about political and coalition building. But as someone said, I think Tolos or who, the winning team will be a coalition. Yeah, not individual parties. And therefore I would advise all right, let me take that back. I'm not in place to advise Uda's principle, but that is what will kill him. if there's just you can have some suicidal tendencies while you're bloating your ego. So I think that might kill him. He doesn't need to be killed by anyone. I rest my case so that Jacoredo can have a rebuttal.
Just one moment, Bernard. Allow me to say two things from what Themba said. I agree partly, But I think at times it's not always too wise to dismiss someone, given that we don't know the cards. You see, even Baba himself, you cannot mention the coalition he's in. To me, I think these two political icons, Raila and Ruto, I think they have resolved to build themselves first. Whether they'll be endorsed, whether others will support them, I think they have chosen first to build themselves. Because as if I can denote from what Ruto rightfully said, there is no way you have no people in your party elected to it, or rather you have not worked to build your party, and then you want to almost come and have a lion's share in a coalition. You see, for example, it was a joke that we had in NASA someone who was the only senator being given a high position in the name of leader of minority, and they had to rectify that, because at times, what minority are you representing if you are the only person? And that's why Wetangula had to leave. So at times, I think it's important. It's important to build yourself so that even in whether you form the majority or the minority, you still have some muscle. You see, there was a difference when Wetangula was leading and when now Orengo is leading, because now Orengo represent the minority. Actually, Wetangula represented himself. He is the only person, honestly. So that is what Ruto was trying to describe. So according to me, I tend to think these guys are fast building themselves, so that by the time they think of any coalition, if anyone goes to Baba, he has to show what he's bringing. If anyone goes to Ruto, he has to show what you are bringing. You know, so that isikwetu ni Kasumba, you will come demand a deputy or demand half the cabinet, yet hakuna kitu meleta. Unaget, if you remember URPT and NA, they almost had equal members of parliament. So for this one, I have to give to ODM. They have been accommodative to very, let me call it as Edwin Sivuna put it, they have been accommodating short people, and these short people have always demanded that the tall person kneels down so that he may massage their egos. So I tend to think whatever Ruto was doing, he's trying to build himself, and there's nothing wrong with that. Same to Raila, he's trying to build himself. He's not waiting for an endorsement from Uhuru. If it comes, fine. If it doesn't, fine. And I think that's even why he's saying, whether BBI comes or not, I am not even ready to challenge it, because why? I am now focused on other matters. So to me, Themba, I don't agree with you that Ruto has shunned away from the running mate or not, or rather coalition thing. It's just the same way Kalonzo is seriously saying, I cannot support Raila. Yet we have ever had him say this before. So it is a tactic sometimes politicians do, but you'll be shocked. Few months from now, they'll be in the same boat, eating from the same plate, almost sharing the same shirt. So they are birds of the feather who flock together. They know how to manipulate us. They can even make us see as if they are enemies. But behind the scenes, at night when it is dark, they know when and how to communicate. So let's not be quick to judge, and let's not be quick to dismiss that Ruto cannot work with people. As he always says, you will be surprised.
But Jakes, what
Thank
the
you,
guys from Mount Kenya,
and
the guys from
volunteer
Mount Kenya
lawyer.
also needs to remember this. In as much as they are trying to play Raila the way they did to William, these two giants will come together and we will form 46 versus 1.
Now,
And that
Jacoredo.
will make you know people.
Jacoredo, you are talking too
Jacoredo.
much. Can you
Jacoredo.
hold on? Hold on. Themba, what is the matter?
I wanted to comment on that, what Jacoredo has just said. Jakes, I agree with you. Definitely it's politics, and politics is definitely about power. And power is about who gets there first, and it's about who calculates the most. So I agree with you. We might be just much more commenting on what we are presented to. And yes, there could be other cards behind the scenes that we're not seeing. And I totally agree with you for that matter. Now, if we go by Jacoredo's assertion that Ruto has been played, it will be political naivety for the people from Jubilee side to be perceived to have played the same cards with Raila. That will be definitely giving a through pass to the two, because in politics people unite to fight an enemy. So if you share an enemy, if your enemy, if we share an enemy, then we are friends. Not because of we like each other much, but because we share an enemy. So if at all it will be perceived, and you had some day back that Kuria saying the same thing. He said, if at all Uhuru is going to play Baba, we are not going to, the way he did to Ruto, we are not going to take that. You must have seen that clip some time back. So I think it will be an act of political naivety to imagine they can do the same to Baba right now, especially when it's just about 1 year to election. It will be setting the Mount Kenya up for the
Actually,
same.
Themba,
Yeah.
just a minute, and forgive me for stealing 1 minute of your time. And through the chair, Bernard, allow me to say this. The only person I think is not playing it well with all this, I think it is the president. Why? These are his people who came out to the man to vote for him. I think before anything, handshake was good and all that came with it. But I think I don't foresee any day Baba would just go and sell his people just like that, Mandazi. There'll be serious consultation and all. That by the time anaenda ku agree with another party, his hometown in Ambak, right? Like for example, when he said Kibaki Tosha, Nyanza followed him because it was not just a him decision. It was a push from both him and back at home. Now here is a president who is almost going it alone, and hence he's suffering some embarrassment, including losing serious seats even in his own backyard. So I don't know, but I think Bernard preaches so well and tells us that you need to start in Jerusalem before you consider Judea, Samaria, and to the ends of the earth. Now, this man has really worked hard to the ends of the earth. He has really built Samaria, and I can tell you Judea is beautiful, but Jerusalem is on fire. I don't know what will happen after this. And as Jacoredo said, it will be difficult for a Kikuyu to ever again sit in that seat, because eventually what he has done, I don't say he did a bad thing, but all I would say is he did it in a wrong way. Yes, I agree the Kikuyus have led for long. I don't deny that. But how he did it created a notion that it's like Kikuyus are an enemy, or it is everyone needs to fight them, that they will never either get the seat, or if they have to get it, they seriously have to consider other communities first. So I think he has really created a volcano in the mountain, and he has destroyed us.
You're making a mistake, huh? When
I am not.
Ben, hakuna mistake
Hold
hapo.
on,
Kwa hiyo
hold on.
kitu
Let me
amesema about
prosecute my
the power going back to
my
Mount
take.
Kenya, hapo amesema ukweli, kwa sababu
Jacoredo,
wanaona saizi
I support you.
Raila ndio atawaokoa, lakini nataka
Sikiliza.
niseme kwa hii show, Raila's presidency itawafinya kuliko jinsi ambavyo Ruto's ingewafinya. Kwa nini nasema
Wewe
hivi?
Jacoredo, Jacoredo, what
Hao
did you
watu,
smoke?
wait Ben,
What
I'm telling you the truth.
what did you take
Mimi,
for breakfast? What
mimi
is the problem with you? Ebu.
wait, kuanzia
Ebu
this
enda
man.
hapana. You are
Just
spilling
wait
too much
Ben.
things.
Wait Ben.
Wewe sikiliza. hii platform.
Beans
Lazima
ni
tuilinde.
zangu. Beans
Need
ni
it
zangu.
in 2023. The way you are going, you want this platform to be shut down.
Beans ni zangu. So let me just spill them alafu nikose kitu cha kula kesho. Wajua nini Ben? let me tell you the truth. Eh?
Yes.
They are going for Raila's presidency, maybe they feel safe. But in real sense, that is the government that they will cry the loudest. They are known for benefiting on tribalism. For instance, wako na kazi mingi kwa serikali, wakati sisi kinaogia hatuna kitu. Unakuta kwamba anajulikana kuwa mkabila. Wait, Ruto anajulikana kuwa mkabila, angewa consider aseme my Kalenjin community na Central Kenya ndio wamenifanya nikawa hapa. Hizi ministry sita zinaenda Mount Kenya. But on Baba's presidency, ikienda sana ni assistant minister ama waziri moja ama mbili. Na lazima watosheke na hiyo na hawaruhusiwi.
You are not in the seat to advise Baba on how to appoint the cabinet. Why are you so much keen on how Baba is going to appoint the cabinet? Baba is the face of Kenya.
Jacoredo, can you speak out with some evidence, please? Because you need one. That's a very big lie.
Now, hold on, the two of you. Hold on. I was making this submission so that we get George to...
Ben, soche nimalize na wewe in 1 minute alafu ni nyamaze bana. Mbona unataka nikusumbue kila wakati? Finally, kuna kitu Jex amesema kuhusiana na hiyo coalition ya Baba na Raila. The thing that will bring these two people together is fighting a common enemy. Na kitu rais angefanyia William ni kumsupport na William aende anguke. Kwa sababu saizi akiplay Raila na William at the same time, na Mungu abless moja wao apate, it won't be easy. Na saizi Ruto Uhuru anaweza kasema kwa mdomo tu eti Ruto tosha, lakini pale nyuma ya curtain kwa system anamfight. Juu Ruto akifail in 2022 with the support of Uhuru, hakuna kitu Uhuru ata lose. Yeah? So I think anaweza support Ruto kwa mdomo, lakini in actions afanye against him, instead of playing the two bulls at the same time. Yeah? Juzi mlituambia hapa na Ayaga kwamba NASA supporters to take over Nairobi mnahitaji nini? Mlisema sijui 3 minutes ama ni 5, and Baba is already in State House. So let my president play the two guys. But the result after BBI kesho itakuwa ni kwamba Ruto na Raila wamekutana sijui Naivasha Lodge, kesho yake wakaonekana Mombasa, hivyo na hivyo, na hapo Desemba wako pamoja.
Thank you for your
so Jacoredo, Ruto na Raila wakikutana, who will be the president and who will be the DP?
Kama hakutakuwa na BBI hiyo time, Raila should just be the president because I feel safe under him. Alafu Ruto maybe kama kuna prime minister apewe. Juu ile majority leader mnaweza tunyang'anya anytime mkipea Ruto hiyo post. Alafu Ben, finally huyu Jex venye alikuwa anaongea ile ya kwanza, siku hizi nasikia anaongea ni kama mlimuingiza box, anataka aingie na miguu yote miwili. Pia anakumbuka ni mtu wetu anarudi nyuma. So nimeshindwa kuelewa.
Hapana. If you remember correctly,
system Mugambi alifanya nini kwa Jex? Juu aliita Jex waende wakunywe cafe. Na from that day Jex has never been the same. Mara mmoja iko pale pia anatoa akisikia ni moto. So
si hivyo, kwa sababu tulikuwa pamoja tulipo realize tukiingia kwa hii show kila mtu huongea tu kuhusu ODM. Sasa tukaamua kwa sababu UDA haikuwa na wafuasi, we decided to be serious campaigners, na tukakuwa very strong mpaka we are now references, we are the strongholds. But
kesho wakiamka na BBI
kadamu kadogo kama tulitoka. Damu waisahau kwenye ilitoka.
Lakini tusimame na William. Hii show hatuwezi tukaachia watu wa Baba.
kwa hii show watu wa baba hatuwezi wakubalia, lakini kwa kura tutaangalia.
Jex, tunaangalia nini? Kuwa na msimamo. Acha kuwa kama rafiki yangu Pemba.
Sawa, you guys, let's move on please. Let's move on please. And
Bernard toja koreda hapa. Mimi hata bado imagine hata bado sijamaliza.
nani
Ben,
huyo
alafu
Temba?
huyo Pemba bwana, ukiniona kwa show usimweke juu
Kwa nini wewe Jacoredo? Wacha hiyo siasa yako. Ibu, let's move on please. We are taking too much time on
Pemba, nitakutafuta nyuma ya curtain.
kila mtu ako nyuma ya curtain, sijui kwa nini. Temba, what were you saying?
You know, Jacoredo has just come in, and I was giving my closing remark. I don't know why he's feeling like he just wants to interfere today. There's just something about him. But we understand people from where the kind of people that he's supporting. They have a tendency to cry foul every time, and even when there's nothing.
Wewe unachoma wewe.
Inachoma.
Ben, is it good for a member to ingilia another member?
Hapa kwa panel ni tuingiliani.
You can criticize Clinton alone, but not the party leader. The party leader is not here. He's seriously making arrangements on how we can have serious coalitions to beat your candidate.
It's okay. Temba, please carry on. We need to hear from
so that we can have
George. And then we've also realized that moderators from other side do not like us. Sao moderators from other side, si unaona venye tunafinyiwa sisi. Jakes.
Wewe Jacoredo, you have started to play foul already. Play victim when you have taken 50% of the time. Please relax.
Ben,
okay. Let me yield the balance of my time to George, because I think the interference from Jacoredo is so much. Bernard, I'll be back. I'm here. So I'll come later. After George. Wacha nipatie George. Hiyo time yangu imeisha sasa. But I'll be here maybe after George has submitted.
Okay.
George,
go ahead.
Tuko salama George.
Hapa Nairobi hapa Nairobi ni baridi sana.
George, jifunike vizuri bwana, utashikwa na homa, umeanza kukohoa.
I am the duvet. So me, I don't know, I've joined you later, but I think I can give some comments from things that I've been hearing in social media and some people's presentations. And what I think is, as much as the politicians, the main players are in gear 1, sisi wafuasi ni kama tumeingia gear 5, top speed. Politics, I think, bado yaanza vizuri to the players themselves. Ruto had a long time, maybe 3 years, playing his own. There's a saying that wakati watu na tune guitar and you're playing yourself mad, you'll not play it when people come to play. Already you can see what is happening. People like Kuria, they have started moving away. And if you hear what Kuria is saying, Moses Kuria, I think he's actually talking to the Kikuyu that if we dissolve our parties and go into Ruto, what will happen during nominations? Because they saw it in Jubilee. When Ruto actually, if he didn't like you, you're out. People like Akina Kabogo are crying. That's because Jubilee was under one umbrella and he was given the power, the response or the mandate to stand to see over the nominations. What about now? If you ukivunja party yako, you go to Ruto's party and he doesn't like you, he'll kick you out. He did this with Jubilee. What will stop him doing this with UDA? So siasa bado. And you know, Kikuyus are not foolish. They have seen what he did in Jubilee. They're not giving him a second chance. For Raila, I like his moves. Unaona, he was in Mombasa. Then maybe anapewa resources na Uhuru, I don't know, but he was in Homa Bay. He was in Mombasa jana, leo yuko Homa Bay. The others bado wanaangalia bahari ya India. I saw them wako kwa beach hotel huko wanaangalia bahari ya India. You see, Raila is fighting, he's hunting. These guys are sitting back. But when it comes to that collision, wanataka Raila akuje as an equal partner. It will be the same thing that they were doing when Raila was campaigning for BBI. Then wakati matunda imeiva, they also want to take their share. And I think Raila skillfully dejected that. So after this one, if they're not careful, that is Oka, watabaki wakininginia. Because like Ruto said, he's not taking parties, he wants people to join UDA. So hao watabaki peke yao. Raila pia, ameendelea mbele. So all in all, maybe to summarize, I'll say that siasa bado kabisa. It's still too early. So many things can happen even in the next 1 month. Ruto can even give up in the next 1 month. So siasa bado. Tutulie, tuangalie, but maoni yetu, we have a right to say it. We can just sema maoni yetu hapa, lakini siasa bado. That's what I want to tell you guys.
George, you are right. And I wanted to ask.
George.
I wanted to ask. Jacoredo, let me ask, alafu ask.
Yeah, I also have a ask. Just ask.
So let me do the first ask. Now, my first ask to George is not really an ask because I agree with you, though I love it when people describe Ruto, they criticize him, but still say the same things to Baba, but in a positive way, because there's no difference between what Baba is doing and what Ruto is doing. The two are busy working, while these other guys, you have rightfully said, wako coast, kazi ni kuchat na kukua bloggers, which is their right. Wacha wajinais
kingi.
Kazi yao ni kuwa coast, lakini swali ni baada ya kufanya hiyo bidii yote Raila amefanya na Ruto anafanya, would you encourage them wakuja wapewe ati running mate simply because they have a big name bila a crowd behind them? Because that is what Ruto was simply saying, unataka nikupatie cheo ama nikupatie nafasi na chama kenye unayo ni wewe tu, secretary ni bibi yako, treasurer ni mtoto wako firstborn ama mzee wa kijiji, ni watu tu wa kwenyu, una get? So would you give such a person a running if it was you? Yes, sir.
I am getting your question, and that's what I told Bernard the other time. Bernard and Jacoredo the other time, that Ruto is playing a very wise move. Yeah, Ruto is playing a game of you know what, Mudavadi is like a country figure, Kenyan figure, like he has is kila mtu anajua Mudavadi.
Yeah, a big name.
Yeah, big name, but no followers. Kalonzo, look at Kalonzo, big name but no followers. Wetangula siji kama ni big name ama hiyo tusiongee Jacoredo will nasikia Ruto alisema alimuita ati alipigwa na bibi. Sasa hiyo tutasema baadaye, like Jacoredo will elaborate more. But now look at Mudavadi and Kalonzo. Yeah? Yes. Mudavadi, these guys have got big name but hawana wafuasi. Ruto won't want to be in a marriage with that with such people. Yeah? Ruto want a person mwenye unakuja na MPs 10 ama governor hata kama 2 will benefit. Hata kama tumeingia opposition will benefit. But you can't be in opposition with no MP, no governor, no senator. Thank you.
Na bado unataka tukupatie wewe ndio ndio leader of minority and you're the only person in parliament.
Exactly.
So mimi my problem with George's presentation ni kwamba anasema Raila ana play lonely game saizi kwa sababu anajijenga, but on the same thing Ruto akiplay lonely game hataki kuungana na wengine. Mbona hii ya Ruto si kujijenga kama ya baba? So I think
that is not the case. You are comparing the incomparable. Ruto started this Lone Ranger thing long time ago. We are talking about 5 years. Baba has just started to move.
It's okay. You know, Bernard,
why are you doing it now? Are you doing it because Ruto did it?
Yeah. George has told you so well. Bernard, George has told you so well. Politics, anything can happen even next month. So it doesn't matter what he has been doing for the last 4 years. A lot can change. Even
George said he started early in the day. Okay, he started early and he's been doing it alone.
It's okay, but you have not understood what Jacoredo is asking.
The way they are, we don't have to bring them on the same plate if they were cooked at different places and different times.
But I don't know. I think you have not heard what Jacoredo is asking. He's asking.
Let me emphasize whatever the question is. Ruto has been playing a lot. Now he said it clearly in a podium that he does not want other parties, people to come with their parties.
Not other parties, tribal parties.
Raila is not playing it alone. Why was he in Mombasa the other day and today?
All these parties are tribal. Look at ODM. ODM is Muslim. Look at UDA. Look at Wiper.
Okay, I don't know why.
Raila Nats when ni Mkenya mwenye umeerevuka, usiseme ODM ni tribal party. Kwani Waswahili ni Wajaluo? Waluya kina Ben ni Wajaluo.
Wewe unachoma wewe.
Na UDA mlituambia tuende tujenge sijui Kiambaa yenye ilikuwa riki. Tukaamua kuwajengea constituency nzima. Hiyo bado ni tribal.
Jacoredo, now you want to tell me NC is tribal? Wiper is
party leader from Western, secretary from Western, treasurer from Western.
Alafu mumenikumbusha story ya Weta.
To discuss Western parties or we are going to discuss politics?
Mumenikumbusha story ya
Kwani bonds have been mentioned.
Let me say
what
this,
is the
Ben.
problem?
Kwani bonds have been mentioned.
Mtu wa Tanga akianza kuongea una feel ni kama
Jacoredo, you are the oldest member of this platform and you are letting me down. Yeah?
Let me say
by
this.
tracking us on one simple point. Can you let George make clarifications so that we move to the next point? Why are we dragging?
How will he clarify? Yet I haven't put my exact question that I wanted to seek clarification.
Because that is the advantage. You are buying time. From the look of things,
the advantage of being a moderator.
Paid to come and delay us here.
That's the advantage of being a moderator. Kwanza mimi nimekuwa nikifinywa hapo nikimoderate. Sipati chance ya kuhubiria party leader wangu.
Sasa umehubiria
wanaompinga. Siku hizi kumbe mnasikianga utamu hapa chini. Acha na mimi nisikie. Sasa Ben, tukianza kuzungumzia Weta na hii kijana ya Gideon inaitwa aje? Na Gideon. Imagine they are very comfortable taking helicopters to wherever they are going to meet in the name of making coalitions. Weta mwenyewe hana chama. Gideon ako na chama lakini anategea uamuzi kutoka kwa Nick Zalat. Na Nick Zalat ni sisi tunamuadvise hapa kwa Facebook. Lazima some comments ndipo advice kwa leader wake. Na wameketi bwana wameenda kuspend night kwa hoteli making coalition. Coalition gani? Imagine Gideon anaulizwa tunatengeza coalition, unaleta kura ngapi? Jibu ni mimi nangojea anisaidie kumaliza Ruto, alafu unaona hizo kura za Rift Valley ndio nitaleta. Asemi eti analeta, ataleta. Bado anangoja Ruto afinywe. Ukirudi kwa Weta, ulishachukua ile chama, sasa ni yako completely. I am in the
failing.
process.
Jacoredo, I have a stopwatch. I've seen you're taking 80% of the time. You're even answering my questions. You're talking on behalf of other people. Unasema unataka 1 minute, you take 20 minutes. We need to diverse these things. In fact, the moderator, I'm requesting some people who are actually writing comments. Maybe it's good if you read even some of their comments and put it as a topic so that one of us can discuss it. Because wako nje pale, labda wengine wanataka kuingia kwa studio hawawezi, but they're following us, they're with us. So it's good maybe sometimes to read some of their comments so that we see. Also they'll feel that they are also with us, they are participating. Hiyo tu ndio swali yangu. Usiwachie Jacoredo tu aongee peke yake hapa sana mingi. Tuko na watu na comment.
Sasa unajua nini George? George, unasema hivyo kwa sababu unasema hivyo kwa sababu hatufikirii pamoja, hatuko side moja. Lakini tungekuwa tu tunaimba baba since independence. Ungekuwa unafurahia tu hata kama anachukua wana.
No, I've never taken sides in this place. Mimi sema politics bado.
Hold on, the two of you.
I cannot decide now. Politics bado. Because hata nikiingia kwa Raila,
but we are discussing politics. So George, unasema politics bado. Na hapa tuna discuss politics. So una expect nikiingia hapa niseme nini kama si politics?
Sasa wewe umedeclare uko na side yako, mimi sija declare because I don't know. Labda mimi ni mtu ya Weta na Weta can go kwa Ruto.
So mimi nitaenda naye. In fact huyo Weta jana venye walikuwa Mombasa. Ukiona venye alikuwa ameketi unakuonesha tu wao watu wanamchelewesha ndiye aletee Ruto information. Huyo jamani mtu wetu sana by the way. Kwa hiyo kwa hizo meetings mna hold analeta information na sijui malipo ni ngapi.
You know Jacoredo, politics ikianza hakuna siri. Wewe direction ile umechukua, wewe fanya ile mambo yako unachukua. Hakuna siri. Sasa siri ni nini hapa? So unataka kiti na mimi nataka kiti. Si mimi nacheza game yangu, wewe cheza game yako. Siri zile ziko ni kidogo sana. And I can tell you these people, they have got people on either side that are spying for them because iko pesa. People are minting money. So hakuna ati siri ambayo utaweka like what? Everybody knows everything. Sasa Sikuri ametoka na has been with Ruto. Akiingia huku sasa si amebeba, hakuna siri ataleta. There's nothing new. I remember there's this guy alikuwa anaitwa Onyango ambaye alikuwa kwa Jubilee. Then he defected to ODM akasema kuna siri. What siri? Onyangolo. What siri? What value did he bring ya siri? Nothing.
Na hata wewe George nakuuliza. Ni nini unategea kwa Weta? Chama peke yake mkuna chama mbili tofauti. Si ukuje tu kwa chama yenye unaona kuna mbele na nyuma. Anyway, Ben, umesema ni achane na chama zenu.
Kama ikibwagwa ile kuku inapata tu.
Ben, I beg to quit. Pole kama nimewakosea lakini kesho nitakikisha kuje kwa hiyo discussion ya
lala kabisa sana. Kwenda kwa lala msumbua sana bwana.
Pima tu saa zingine.
Nitakutafuta tufanye handshake. Hii chuki yetu haitupeleki mahali. System.
I don't have chuki na
nakusikiza.
Wewe uko Nairobi?
Hata huyu system nashuku ako Nairobi. So nitamtafuta tufanye handshake.
Wewe kuja tu, mimi ni kutawala.
Handshake itakuwa fake. Wacha tu. Now, George, have you finished your clarification? I want us to bring the curtains down.
Yeah, I think I have.
Okay, now we're going to go one round. That is
what I'm saying. That next time, please try to read the comments ya watu wako nje, so that they feel that they also.
I've checked. There isn't much there.
Okay.
But we'll do better that after the ruling is when now everything will be hot. So I want us to, because tomorrow is a working day, and
Yeah.
we'll be anticipating we should close the show mapema. And so I
Sawa.
want to give everybody 2 minutes of your closing remarks, and then we call it a day. Starting
Okay.
with Mugambi. Mugambi has been silent longest. So we go Mugambi, Tolos, Nats, Jakaredo if he's still there, then namalizia hapo. George, sorry.
Nikosa nichekwe.
Okay, thank you.
Wewe subiri hapo hapo kwanza, wewe utakuwa wa mwisho. After George ndio tuende kwa Jakaredo, alafu yeye ndo atatufungia na maombi. Mugambi, go ahead.
Thank you, Ben. Thank you, Ben. I want to quote one of the best mathematicians that we had in the country, that there comes a time when a personal and a group interests are more important than a country. Whatever outcomes that shall be tomorrow, let us be brothers. If we win, let me not look down upon Jakaredo. If I lose, let him see me as his brother. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Tolos, your closing remarks, please.
Ben, ukisema watu wachukue dakika mbili, kila mtu atumie dakika zake vizuri amalize.
No, Jakaredo, relax. You can take the excess time from the other people who did not utilize their 2 minutes. Tolos, are you still there? Okay, let's hear from... Unmute Mr. Tolos so that we hear you.
Okay, I've not slept. What I wanted to finish with is even as we analyze the cake in Mount Kenya, there is something which people should never forget. In this country, the economic power is in the hands of the Kikuyus. I'm sorry to say this. The economic power is in the hands of the mountain. And if you look at the way Raila has been doing his things, it's like he has now made inroads to where those in the backyard of these guys who hold the economy of this country. And it remains to see if it will hold. But for now, I just want to say the economic power. I once told a friend, actually it was not even a friend, my boss I was working with some time back. I told her, you know what, we need to transfer the capital city of Kenya to another part of this country, so that the economy also will grow in that side. He told me immediately, nobody will ever agree. We will fight to the end. So that time I realized we can be friends up to some point. When it comes to economy, the economic power, these guys will ever cling to it. Because what is wrong with moving the capital city to another part of this country? Like, because even if you look at the things like the sewage system, the housing, whatever, the jams and all those things is really clogged in Nairobi. Now, when you think, if a suggestion is put on the table, that why don't we move this capital city to another city where there is still more space, wherever. It can be in Kisumu, it can be in Isiolo, it can be in Eldoret, where there is space. It can be in Nakuru. Hey, those guys, they said that is the time now you will know that we inherited wealth from the British, and that wealth should remain within that area. Even if when you see the economic viability of counties surrounding Nairobi, you see one of the richest counties as we speak is Kiambu, Kajiado, Machakos, all those going around Nairobi. So you when it comes to how we will come out of problems, it is because things are not trickling down as expected, and they are not there. The resources are not far away from Nairobi. They are not far away from the city. So whenever we are analyzing this thing, those guys will always have a stake. The people who have money, the people who have the economic power will always have a stake and say on any government. Thank you very much and good night, sir. Good night, everybody, and see you guys.
Okay,
Asante
thank you
Dorobo.
for your submission, and let's be Kenyans, who love Kenya and Kenya for all Kenyans. Nuts.
Okay, thank you for
hivi tutampenda juu ni kama anakuja kwetu direct nikimwangalia vizuri.
achana na Jacoredo. Now, thanks for giving me the opportunity to make my last remarks. Now, as George was saying, the politics in Kenya right now, the mood of politics, I think, is still in an amateur stage. Bado hatujafika top player part of it, ama the superstar part of it. Now, I think the moods will change after tomorrow. The outcome of the BBI, all of us are waiting for it. And no matter the outcome, the positive or the negative side of it, everything will change. Yeah. And let Mugambi know that for the next maybe 30 or 40 years, we are only seeing Moses Kuria as the only person who can take over the mantle from Uhuru Kenyatta. And no one would be ready for Moses Kuria, sorry to say that. And so we are all Kenyans. And I think the 2022 campaign has started and things are heating up and everything is can be seen. And no matter the side you are supporting, let's not forget that we are all Kenyans and we all want the best for this our country. Thank you very much, Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Nats. We are glad and we appreciate your input. Let's hear from George and then Jacoredo.
Okay, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. I want to start by, I want to close my remarks by saying that congratulations to this team. It's not only us that here that are with this. There are so many people ambao wako na sisi. So whatever we are talking, I think we are sharing it with so many people. And it's good so that we get our views. I happen to be up in a place, a high-ranking place, high-ranking politicians, and they commented on this show. I was impressed. So it's not only us who are here. Hata kuna wengine, they are watching because they're getting views, various views from everybody. So this show is good. I like you to keep it up. And maybe soon mutaisikia hata labda wakiongea kwa these shows kwa NTV or KTN. So keep it up, guys. The other issue is politics is politics. Let's not take a hard stand. Things change and things can change very fast. Let's approach these debates with an open mind. Don't dig in and say, Mini Raila, Mini Watangula. The person maybe you're supporting, unafikiria naelekea hiyo njia, unafikiria kesho anaweza fanya bautan. So what do you do? So at the moment, let's just discuss with an open mind. Time to dig in is maybe sometimes next year, not this year. This year, let's expect changes. Zitafanyika. That one I can assure you. Otherwise, congratulations all participants, moderator. I congratulate you and muendelee hivyo. You have a good night.
Thank you, George, and everyone else. And those of you who are appearing for the first time, there is a WhatsApp group where we discuss these matters before we come here. If you leave us your number in the private chat, we'll be able to add you to the group, and then you will be able to be privy of what happens before we get right here on the public platform. Anyway, Jacoredo, bado uko hapo?
Na WhatsApp group hiyo inafanya
Inafanya, ni vile wewe ulihepa moto
sasa.
ilichemuka.
Nikwambie ni kwa nini ni kwa nini ni left uende uambie watu wa group.
Don't scare new members. Don't scare new members. You are the only issues. Don't scare new members.
Sasa mimi nili left Ben. Anyway,
Yes.
ni kwa sababu tu ya kikazi, unaelewa? I use my phone a lot, so I sometimes take a lot of pictures. Lakini ikifungua hivi inaitwa nini? Gallery. Yeah? Kutafuta picha yenye nimechukua nikienda kazi, nikifika job kuipata kwa gallery ni ngumu juu nakuta Ruto akisukuma wheelbarrow, place ingine ashafika kwa mlima amechoka ameketi chini. So unakuta bana na zimetoka tu kwa nini. Anyway, that is a bygone. I will come back very soon. Hapo December nikimaliza job. So my closing remarks are these. Bwana George, sisi tunakuanga hivyo, mimi na Jakes. Huwa tunajaribu kuhakikisha kwamba kina Ben hawajashinda, hata kama wanashinda ni kidogo. So not that we don't know what we are doing. Anyway, to be sincere, to be sincerely honest, in my humble opinion, without sentimental, of course, without offending anyone who thinks differently from my point of view, without hiding any thoughts in my mind, and without lies to the actual truth, with my clear open mind and clear heart, expressing whatever embedded inside me for a long time, which I didn't say just because I was nervous, but today, by gathering all the courage and motivation, I just want to say that I actually feel, and I think I have absolutely nothing to add on what I said before. Moderator Ben told me to pray so that I can end the show. Yeah, I may disappear. Kuna mtu akona jambo la kuongezea, mimi sina, so I can just pray for you guys so that you retire to bed. Is there anybody with a burning issue? 254 ama system 25. Mugambi, chukua namba ya huyo jamaa umpeleke group, ameandika kwa private.
Oh, Mugambi, please do so. Just add me for group, please.
Okay, let me pray for you guys na mwende bed. Mugambi, ni waombe.
Mugambi ashalala bwana.
Today we are friends. Just pray.
Okay, today we are friends. I should just pray. Okay, tuamini na tuombe. Heavenly Father, in the name of our Lord Jesus, we want to thank you for enabling us to finish this meeting well. Thank you for the peace that you have given us. We have deliberated on issues that affects our country, and we have come to an agreement. As we disperse, may your love bind us forever so that we can speak with a common mind. Bless us as you have promised, in the name of Jesus Christ, I pray and believe.
Amen.
Amen. So system, mkilala mlale poa, Nats ukilala ulale poa, na ndugu yangu George vile vile.
Sawa Jacoredo.
Good night.
Yes, sasa hiyo discussion ya kesho mtaanza bana. Hiyo sitakuwa, but I'll make sure wherever I'll be, I log in. Kama BBI itakuwa imeanguka, I make sure a little. Kama itakuwa imepita, I swallow my humble pie.
That's
anyway,
right.
Good night. Good night.
Bye.
Yo.